Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Welcome to the Sunday's edition of Today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Yes, we're here again. We're here to lead you through everything happening in the world of sports. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, listening to my voice from wherever you are, just have it at the back of your mind that this is the best sports show you can find this side of the Niger. It is Today's Sports Live. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, yes, it's time for us to do it again. It's the Sunday's edition of the show. We call it the marathon edition of the show, and it's that all-inclusive part of the show where we bring to you everything happening from other sports. Then we talk about football. Other sports, a lot happening. We're seeing the end of the Commonwealth Games 2026 right here in Glasgow, Scotland, and Team Nigeria doing the nation proud. Yes, 10 gold medals coming from that. It didn't really hit the 20 gold medal mark put up there by the National Sports Commission, but I must say that I am really, really impressed and pleased with what Team Nigeria did put forth there in Glasgow in the Commonwealth Games 2026. We have a lot also to talk about when it has to do with tennis, when it has to do with Formula One. Yes, it's on recess. We're expecting the Dutch Grand Prix to return the second half of the Formula One season, and we know that it's definitely going to be coming with the sparks and the smokes, as well as that top-notch performance from each and every constructor right there in Formula One for this particular season. And there is also a little stuff about tennis, which we'll be talking about. The last Grand Slam of the season, the US Open, it heads back to hard court, and we'll be looking at what we could expect coming from that side. We'll see Carlos Alcaraz return back to action in that particular one. Yannick Sinner would also be hoping that he makes it 2 Grand Slams already this season. He's lost the first, and has he won 2 already? Who won? Okay, he's lost the first and the second. The second was won by Alexander Zverev. That's the French Open, or call that Roland Garros, and we'll be hoping to see that Yannick Sinner maybe makes it 2. We've never seen him go below winning 2 Grand Slams in a particular season, but it could happen this season. Maybe that's if he misses out and winning the US Open, but it's there for him to take. He's also a top name in that particular one. There is also Novak Djokovic, 39 years of age, trying to see if he can get one more Grand Slam. A chance is here. If he doesn't get it this time, I don't know if he could try next season, but I think Never Say Die is the second name of Novak Djokovic. So that's tennis for you. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about boxing. Then we move into talking about football from the foreign scene. And we would also talk about the Super Falcons. Hooray! They were able to at least keep their hopes alive in getting into the knockout stages of the ongoing Women's African Cup of Nations 2026 right there in Morocco. Also keeping alive the chances of them getting a ticket to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup right there in Brazil. Yes, we'll talk about all of that. Then I will now go into the transfer show where we bring to you everything happening in the transfer market, the English Premier League, everybody moving. Chelsea on the market, Tottenham Hotspur on the market, Arsenal on the market, we've got Liverpool off the market. We'll also see all of that definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, it promises to be a bumper package, so get yourself ready. Let me let you in on the feedback platform so that you can also join us on the show on the SMS and WhatsApp platform. We've got this for you. It is 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's the number to drop your reactions to for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It doubles for both, and we'll take your reactions as we go on the show. For the phone line, it is 0810-951-0951. Again, 0810-951-0951. So you can keep it down when we throw open the phone line. You can call in and talk to us right here on the show. Do remember also you can be part of the action right here via our social media handles. On YouTube, we're live. We're currently live right now at Today951FM, at Today951FM. On Facebook, you can catch us at Today95.1FM. That's the Facebook page there. On Instagram, yes, follow us at TodayFM951. On X, we are at TodayFM951. The same for Twitch. We're live right now at Today FM 951. You can also listen to us via our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com. Go over to the website, look for the homepage or the menu list and click the Listen Live button, and you will be here with us audio only. Yes. And on the various radio apps, TuneIn and Radio Garden, you can go over to these apps and search for Today 95.1 FM, and you'll find us there. And you join us, and we enjoy this amazing time together. So we're going to be here from 1 p.m. as we did start up until 6 p.m. So it happens to be 5 hours of non-stop sports action right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get down to the action. First off, I've got 2 gentlemen right here with me in the studio to do the talking with me from that side of the divide. They are going to be giving you their undivided analysis. And I've got Ovie Wallace as well as Victor Israel. Ovie Wallace, a very, very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Shaz. Good afternoon to Victor. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt sport lovers. As always, it's a nice Sunday to talk sports, everything has to do with the ever exciting world of sports. As you've already said, there's other sports before we head into football, the friendlies, the transfers, and everything that's making the headline in that side of things. But right now, the Commonwealth Games, 8 days of excitement, 8 days of action for Nigeria, Team Nigeria, 10 gold medals. Falling short of the gold medals haul we got 2022, in 2014 and in 2010. But because this Commonwealth Games showed us some talents that we have and what to really work on. Some call it a failure, some call it a success. Well, I will call it a failure on the NSC part, talking about the landmark they already set for themselves, the checkpoint.
Are they the ones to go there and bring in the 20 gold medals? They set the benchmark. They expected the athletes to do that. You want to say they failed when they kept to their promises, win a medal and get your $10,000?
They kept to their promises. Preparations were okay and all. good scouting for them, as we saw Nigerian born athletes that are in the diaspora switching allegiance to Nigeria to run for them or to participate in the Commonwealth Games. So good scouting for them. But overall, we still didn't meet the benchmark. So something that we're really going to work on. And we saw some people overcome their fears, getting gold medals. We saw records being broken, records being set out for 14 Nigeria. And then leaving all that, heading over to boxing, heading over to Formula One. As you said, the Dutch Grand Prix will start the second season. We are already talking about the Malaysian Grand Prix coming in to suffice for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and all. Also, they're talking about Imola being where we'll end things this season, and we've got to look at transfers this season as well too in Formula One. Reports as it because we saw pictures of Toto Wolff and Max on vacation, and people are saying, what discussion were they having? Because there was no judge, it was just Toto, Max, and Kimi. So speculations are Max will be joining Mercedes 2027, and Audi could be getting George Russell. So lots of discussions to make. Next season is going to be a blast, and then as well, tennis, the US Open. I'm excited for that. Excited. The NBA season 2 will soon be starting. We're already done with the summer league.
Yeah.
And
I heard the Golden State Warriors won the summer league.
Did they win the summer league? Was it? Yes. They were the ones that won the summer league. But
so you know why I'm smiling?
See, summer league is different. Summer league is just like, okay, you just call it an upgraded college game, or just call it an upgraded college game.
Golden State Warriors have won it, and it's now an upgraded college game.
Summer league, you don't even have the big boys playing. It's just the draft picks and G League players that are played. There's nobody from Steph or the rest playing, and Golden State are already in the era that we're not really expecting anything from them heading into next season. They've resigned Gary Payton the second.
Okay.
So that's another defensive ball, another old player in their team as well. So nothing for the future.
Okay, but you're expecting something from the future for the 76ers with LeBron James going over there.
Yes, with LeBron. With Joel Embiid. I'm not looking at LeBron.
Okay.
I'm looking at
I can
Joel
see how
Embiid. I
can see how double-sided you are.
I'm looking. See, there's difference between one old man in the team and 5 old men in the team. There's one difference. No, it does not work like that in basketball. They will run rings around you. And Draymond Green, Steph Curry, there's no one to pass the torch on to. LeBron is just coming to that team as someone to just create that balance, someone that's coming as a leader, someone that's coming as experience. And then he's coming into a team that has an MVP, has a finals MVP, someone that has got to the finals. So Joel Embiid is an all-star. Tyrese Maxey is an all-star. So they've got talent there. I'm not saying
Golden State doesn't have.
No, I'm not saying that they can't do it without LeBron, but they can do it without LeBron. But Golden State have dwindling talent. But we'll get into all that discussion later.
All right. Good afternoon to you, Ovie Wallace, once more. And seated next to him is Victor Israel. Victor, happy Sunday to you. Welcome back. I heard you went on the Lord's duties. I hope you came back with something. Please say it on air right here so that I'll know how to, or which part of your neck to hold after the show.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon to you, Osas.
You're stuttering now. Just
yeah. No. I actually did not come back with anything because no, I always have something for Arsenal fans.
Oh my God.
The fact that they've ever since I was born, Arsenal have only been to the Champions League final twice, and I've been to more finals as a fan than the entire Arsenal. I think that's enough already, and I'm proud and happy to tell my friend Ovie that he's making the wrong choice.
What happens between now and the next 6 years before maybe you begin to think of, because looking at you between now and the next 6 years, family could be on your mind before that starts.
Family is already on my mind.
On your mind, okay. Yeah. So before that starts, Arsenal equals Liverpool's UEFA Champions League title.
God forbid. I know it's possible in football. In football, anything can happen, but
No, it's simple. Arsenal gets to win this one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, and the next one.
I think even the most faithful Arsenal fan in this studio understands that that's impossible. It's just like telling you that tomorrow somebody decides to tell us that yes, he wants to get married, and we all know it's impossible. So I want to believe that Arsenal will come good.
Right.
But for now, let them understand that there are levels to this. There are levels to this, and Liverpool are actually not on the same pedestal with Arsenal because. I can boast of the fact that Harvey Elliott has more Champions League medals than the entire ancestors of Arsenal. But that's just by the way. It has been a very wonderful weekend. Yesterday, I got to listen to the guys from the other part of the world. Where I was,
Okay, all right.
It was nice, and my minions sent their regards. They said we were actually doing justice to every single thing we had on the bulletin yesterday, and I wasn't surprised because we bring out one of the best when it comes to analysis and everything. We try not to let our affiliations with certain clubs affect our level of judgment because we've seen that things are happening, and we try not to be biased. We try not to point it out the way the fan will want to point it out, and they spoke good of the team, and it shows that yes, we are moving in the right direction.
Okay.
But I also want to look at another team that moves in the right direction. Yesterday, seeing the girls, the Super Falcons doing justice to what we expected of them, because you look at Zambia are one of the best teams when it comes to the WAFCON, having a prolific goal scorer in Barbara Banda, and we try to keep a clean sheet. And not just that, we brought in something that we couldn't get in the last game, which is the experience and the precision.
From Asisat
Oshola. Asisat Oshola is a born winner. We understand what she brings to the table. She might not have the legs anymore to run, but that precision.
But she did run yesterday.
Yeah, I was surprised. And the goal she scored, I don't know what the defender was thinking. This is Asisat Oshola. This is no just upcoming talent. This is someone that has done it around the world. And you went for a shoulder to shoulder jab there. I don't really understand what she was thinking. But maybe she felt maybe if I hit this player, she just goes to the ground. And it was looking like more of a joke because she just went past her. And some players want to round the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But she made sure that she puts the team's aim first, because going to round the goalkeeper is more like looking for.
I think we had a chance like that where Uche Nakano decided to round the goalkeeper and actually tipped the ball over the bar. She wasn't offside.
That's the difference between youth and experience. The youth just wants to do something fashionable, something that maybe catches the headline. But the old guns just stick to what has been working. You stick to status quo and you get the result, and that is what Justin Madugu's team actually needed, and they got the results. But away from the round leader game, we look at what has been happening in the tennis. I've been having my eyes on this week. We've been having some games in tennis. Yesterday, I saw Naomi Osaka. Naomi Osaka just did something, but it was painful. For those that know, it was painful. But I'm looking forward to the US Open because I believe that it is an avenue to see more talents. Because these days now, we don't just have the more like the certified winners. We don't have cases where we just know that this person goes on to win this Grand Slam. We have cases of where someone different comes up to the foray. I think the last one we saw, Linda Noskova get to the finals of the women aspect.
Yeah, and I think with Karolina Mukova.
Yeah, and it shows that when we want to talk about the top 5 of the female aspect of tennis, I think we cannot put her in the mix.
Yeah.
We have the Naomi Osaka, the
top 5. Naomi Osaka isn't in the top 5. Maybe you have the likes of Elena Rybakina, you have Arina Sabalenka, you have Iga Swiatek, and Coco Gauff. But
she showed that yes, we need to push these other players to the brim, and she did something remarkable there. So, but I believe the US Open will have different winners. Okay. Maybe in the men aspect, we could still see that power tussle between Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner.
We've had different winners in the men's side of things this particular season. It hasn't been like that for quite some time right now. Australian Open, we saw Yannick Sinner take that. Sorry, Carlos Alcaraz take that one. Alexander Zverev took Roland Garros. Then we had Yannick Sinner return to Wimbledon. So it could be if any of these don't win the US Open, it could be a season where different winners in every Grand Slam, and maybe making the ATP final also the same by getting a different winner, could just be a season, a year where everybody has something to take from the laurels in that particular year for tennis for the men. The same we're seeing in the ladies' side of things. Quite surprising that Aryna Sabalenka has not won anything yet. But all of this we'll discuss on the show, definitely, Victor, as we tend to look into what we've got for today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as well said, we'll start off with the Commonwealth Games, and from there we move on to talk about every other thing that we have stated right here on the show. So sit back, relax, and let's get the show on the road.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, it's time for us to get down to business, and we start off with the Commonwealth Games, where we had lots of times to celebrate right there. When we say we, or when I say we, I'm talking about Team Nigeria. One of those is Samuel Ogazi, as he did shock the world with his exploits right there on the tracks.
You can see how Richards, with so much speed in his legs, his 19.7 runner at 200, has eased up onto the shoulder of Ogazi. Green there, ball from left. Very steady this at the moment. This is where Ogazi begins to turn the screw a little bit. At the moment, Richards has an advantage on this. Holding in his favour. He's running on the inside from Barnes, the Jamaican. But here comes Ogazi now. Is he going to unleash that power? Can Richards stay with him? No, he can't. Ogazi going clear. A battle for third place there with good running from the South African too. But that's a big win. 44.26. Meters clear. Wow. It's a very breezy morning yet again here in Scotland, in this west side of Scotland, on the west end of Glasgow. But Ogazi there has taken that field down with consummate.
Yeah, so that was Samuel Ogazi right there, as he did Nigeria proud. One man that has had a blistering season in that 400 meters, right from the NCAA, the indoor championships, the NCAA outdoor championships. He's been winning titles right here in the United States, and here he comes right there at the 2026 Commonwealth Games, also doing it big right there on the 400 meters. What more can we say? He just won gold, and he has a lot more ahead of him there, talking about Samuel Ogazi. So with that, we open it up talking about the 2026 Commonwealth Games and Team Nigeria's performance, as Team Nigeria concluded its Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games campaign in 6th place on the overall medals table, winning 23 medals, comprising of 10 gold, 7 silver, and 6 bronze medals. But falling short of the ambitious target set by the National Sports Commission before the Games. Ahead of the competition, NSC's Director General Bukola Alapade had expressed confidence that Team Nigeria could surpass the 15 gold benchmark established under the Elite Athletes Podium Finish initiative and challenge for as many as 22 gold medals. The optimism was based on ongoing structural reforms championed by the NSC's chairman, Shehu Diko, and the federal government's increased investment in elite sports. However, Nigeria finished 10 gold medals, well below the projected target, and 2 fewer than the 12 gold medal won in Birmingham in 2022. That is the previous Commonwealth Games. The overall medal haul also dropped from 35 medals in Birmingham to 23 medals in Glasgow. Despite missing those targets, Team Nigeria delivered memorable performances and expanded its medal-winning footprint across athletics, judo, weightlifting, para-athletics, para-powerlifting, and swimming. Now let's look at how it all shaped up. Samuel Ogazi made history by becoming the first Nigerian to win Commonwealth Games gold in men's 400 meters, storming to a victory in 44.25 seconds. Ezekiel Nathaniel added another gold in the men's 400 meters hurdles with an impressive time of 48.47 seconds, while Chukwuebuka Enekweche claimed Nigeria's first ever Commonwealth Games title in the men's shot put with a winning throw of 21.07 meters, winning gold in that particular one. We had Ella Onojoveo also deliver a landmark performance, winning bronze in the women's 400 meters to secure Nigeria's first medal in the event since 1994. Ruth Usoro claimed silver in the women's long jump. Udodi Uwozurike aimed silver in the men's 200 meters. Kaisola Ajayi captured bronze in the men's 100 meters, ending a 20-year medal drought for Nigeria in the blue riband event. Nigeria rounded off its athletics campaign with bronze medals in both the men's 4x100 meters relay and the mixed 4x400 meters relay, while the women's 4x100 meters team finished sixth. Outside the tracks, we had Enku Okuta produce one of the most significant moments of the game by winning bronze in the women's 63 kg category to end Nigeria's 24 years wait for a Commonwealth Games judo medal. The achievement marked a major breakthrough for a sport that has long struggled to convert domestic potential into podium success at major international competition. So that's how it all looked like. And we'll be looking at how to assess this side. It looked like, they didn't really do well compared to the previous Commonwealth Games, like in Birmingham, where it was 12 gold medals and 35 medals in total. Here, 23 medals in total and 10 gold medals, 2 short of what we did in Birmingham. But the twist here is that Team Nigeria recorded its highest finish at the Commonwealth Games in 20 years after placing 6th. Now, we placed 6th at the end of the 2026 Commonwealth Games, and that has been the best we have in 20 years. Yes, the best we have in 20 years. So a 6th finish, but not up to the medals that we had. And I had to go back to look at it, and I found out that Nigeria did not go into the 2026 Commonwealth Games with one of her strongholds, and that is wrestling. We would have had the media officer to the Nigerian Wrestling Federation, Promise Okotoko, on the show, but he couldn't make it today. But we'll definitely talk about this. Nigeria went into the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, Scotland, without one of her strongest weapons, which is wrestling. Wrestling has produced medals for Nigeria over the years in the Commonwealth Games. It's been one particular sport where the world had recognized Nigeria so well. Nigeria has participated in 11 editions of the Commonwealth Games when it has to do with wrestling, and we've been able to pick up 85 medals from wrestling alone, comprising of 19 gold, 25 silver, and 14 bronze medals. That's to tell you that wrestling is a huge part of medal contributions for Nigeria. In 2010, in Delhi Games, Nigeria captured 3 gold medals, including a historic gold by Efionai Agbonabari, yes, in that particular one, as well as Ifoma Christiana Ngoye. In 2014, in Glasgow Games, Nigeria had 12 medals coming from wrestling, 2 gold, 2 silver, 8 bronze medals. In the 2018 Gold Coast Games, Nigeria also brought in 12 medals coming from wrestling, comprising of 5 gold, 1 silver, and 5 bronze medals. Then in 2022 Birmingham Games, that's where we had a record number of gold medals. That's 12 gold medals. Nigeria had 7 medals from 10 weightlifting categories, including 3 gold medals by the country's female wrestling powerhouse. We had the likes of Odunayo Adekoroye, Blessing Ogborodudu, and Miesinye Messi Genesis in that particular one, bringing in 3 gold medals. And if you take away 3 gold medals from the 12 gold medals gotten by Team Nigeria in the 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games, you'll find out that it would have been 9 Commonwealth Games. So if you go by that rationale, and maybe Nigeria had her wrestlers in the 2026 Glasgow Commonwealth Games, then we should have had 13 gold medals, surpassing what we did in Birmingham in 2022. That's how much wrestling could offer to Team Nigeria. But no thanks to the fact that wrestling is an optional sport. It was not listed in the 2026 Commonwealth Games because now, okay, Australia was supposed to host the 2026 Commonwealth Games. And at one point, very close to it, Australia had to turn down that duty. They had to turn down the duty, saying that the finance is not there as much to host a top-notch Commonwealth Games. And then Scotland had to field in to cover up for that void. So coming in to cover up for that void, Scotland said, let's take away some of the optional sports so that we just concentrate on the major sports and provide top-notch facilities for it, make use of the facilities that we already have to make sure that we see through that these other sports are put forward. That's exactly what happened. That was one of the reasons why, or that's the reason why wrestling wasn't part of the 2026 Commonwealth Games. But we can't change how things are. But without wrestling, you could see what Team Nigeria brought to the table. 10 gold medals. Athletics, we were on fire. Weightlifting, we were on fire. We also had medals coming in from judo. We took part in swimming and, had good representation, even if we didn't get on the podium. We also took part in cycling, had good representation, even if we didn't get on the podium. But in all, without wrestling, Nigeria was able to grab 10 gold medals, 23 medals in total at this point. And we are saying, how do you feel about all of this? No wrestling, Nigeria doing very well. That's one of the reasons why we finished sixth, the best African side at the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Ovie Wallace, looking at what Team Nigeria has done, would you say you are impressed with what you are seeing or what you have seen? Or would you say, it's just the normal thing Team Nigeria goes out there to do at this point?
10 gold medals, some people breaking records, as you saw. For some events, we had our first ever. For some events, we had someone winning the event after a long time. Look at the 400-meter hurdles, Kaisola Ajayi. Look at the 400 meters. You have to look at Samuel Ogazi.
Did you call Kaisola Ajayi in the 400 meters? 100 meters.
100 meters. I met
who is that? Samuel Ogazi?
No, Ezekiel
Nathaniel.
Ezekiel, I don't know how he's confusing for some, because both of them are their height.
Samuel Ogazi is for 400 meters.
Yes.
Ezekiel Nathaniel is for 400 meters hurdles.
Yeah, Ogazi is the 100 meters.
400 meters.
400 meters, right? Nathaniel is hurdles. I was confusing Nathaniel and I was confusing Kaisola.
Kaisola is 100 meters. Quick man, very quick man.
Quick man.
Fevashi is also in that mix, but got injured. We also had... what's his name again? Israel Okun was the one that got injured. Fevashi was part of the whole
the 400,
the 100 meters. Yeah,
4 by 100 as well too. So the 4 by 100, man, we had Fevashi, Kaisola Ajayi, Adekalu, Fakorode as well too. So for this outing, you also have to look at the constraints to Team Nigeria, and I think to everyone, as you have to see, wrestling being knocked out, as you read out the stats, is one of our strong suits. You have to look at that. You have to look at weightlifting. It's one of our strong suits there. Weightlifting,
judo was there.
Wrestling, judo,
long jump.
When it comes to combat sports as well, too, is a strong suit. Our strong suit there, but the event planner decided that we no game on you. We try to cut it down and remove games that we could have done well in: wrestling, table tennis, tryouting, even beach volley. At least we could have had a go at beach volley, where we don't play cricket and the rest, but they remove all.
We play cricket too, but not at that big stage.
Not at that big
we
stage.
play cricket, the T20.
Yeah.
We're always there.
Yeah, not at that big stage, and it's mostly our women. Yeah, it's mostly our women, yellow green.
We have the man.
Yeah,
the
I
men
know we have the men, but I see it's mostly our women that are putting the country on the map. So 3 events that we could have done well in got caught out. So you could have said that maybe if this event were included, Nigeria might have passed maybe 15 gold.
All right.
Let us put, okay, from wrestling and judo, they get 3 gold, and let's say from judo they get 2 gold. We have to say that the boxing this time was very poor.
Was very poor.
Was very, very poor. Boxing, nothing at all. All our athletes, all 5 of them, got knocked out in the first round. A very poor outing. I'm sure the NBF, they are going to discuss about that. And we all know the controversy with everyone saying that the NBF, they were planting their own boxers in it, and they didn't really prepare and all. So that's it for boxing, but really poor outing from boxing. But I think for every other department, I think they produce something. The AFM produce something with their athletics. The power lifters produce something as well too. Even in swimming too as well too. We're able to still show ourselves in swimming too. So long jump, we had athletes. Short put, we had athletes. Weightlifting, we had athletes. So when it comes to those events, we were able to dominate. We were able to show ourselves on the map. But all in all, 10 gold medals for an event that should normally have 20 sports,
Right.
and was dropped down to 10. I think you want to say it's a good outing. We can't dominate all of them.
Right.
It's going to be hard to dominate all the sports. You have to look at the rest ahead of us,
Okay.
or England, or Australia, Scotland, and the rest. Canada right ahead of us. Yes, you want to say we are the top leading African team right there at the Commonwealth Games, but still a good outing for Nigeria based on the constraints that we had. Gold medal, Esteban Nogu, Folasade Oluwafemi, Yoriwa, Idris, Ediodong, Onomem, Raftalu, Folashade, Lawal as well too. Goodness, Noan Chukwu, Chukwuebuka, Nathaniel, Samuel Gazi, closing things out on the last day. So, and they also set records as well to Ezekiel Nathaniel, first ever gold in the athletics men's 400 meter. Samuel Gazi as well too, 44.2, a games record, a Commonwealth Games record, and also the first gold medal. The Chukwuebuka Enekwechi, Nigeria's first ever Commonwealth gold medal in that men's shot put event. After the man field back to back, I think in 2022 he got bronze. He got bronze, and then he's also finished fourth as well. So the first gold medal there shows you the improvement, shows you the growth. Good news now took a world record in the para athletics women's discus, and she also defended her title as well too. So another good medal there. So lots of records being broken. Nigeria setting records, defending records. For Femi, another powerlifting, another strong.
Stronghold
event
for Team Nigeria.
For Team Nigeria. Even want to look at the silver medals as well too. 7 silver medals in powerlifting, weightlifting, short put, the men's 200 meters as well. That was Utodi, and the athletics women's long jump. Go to Soro.
All right.
The bronze medal too as well too. Kind of like yes, I'm sure everyone was expecting gold from the man. Yeah, but.
We were also expecting gold from Tobi Amusan.
But Tobi Amusan own is different. Tobi Amusan, she was injured. She was competing with a knee injury. And we were expecting a tripit.
Yeah.
This is an event that she dominated back to back, gold medals. And coming into that event with an injury, a knee injury.
But she ran a 12.12.
12.6.
Was that 12.12 in the semis?
In the
she ran a 12.12 in the semis.
See, the strain builds up. What I'll run the first time does not mean what I'll run the second time, especially when the pain builds up. And for me, I believe that is already even good itself. To be able to drag herself to third with a knee injury into that event, 100 meters, I think she's done fantastic for herself. Yes, she couldn't complete the gold medal tripit at the Commonwealth Games, but still a medal nonetheless. Karen Solaja, what do you want to say about him? The man was fine and all. Some are blaming it on the weather because it rained that day, and but it was still Nigeria's first medal in the men's event since
20 years.
2006. So 20 years since then. So you're looking at it like that. So Ella Onujuwevo as well too, the athletics women's 400 meter, Nigeria's first medal in that event since 1994. So lots of things or lots of positive to look
To
at
take
because
from.
because we're looking at many firsts. Many people are breaking records. Many people are setting records. Many
And
of
pretty
them
young ones that
are
could
pretty
still
young.
return.
Kain Sola,
Kaisola is
Samuel
23.
Ogazi,
Samuel Ogazi.
Ezekiel Nathaniel,
There's
Pivo
people actually,
Ashi,
yeah.
and the rest. All these guys are below 25.
Mm.
We want to say maybe below 26, and not just the men, but also the women as well. Also the women as well too. So lots of
We had Miracle Machuku, 19-year-old in the female side of things. Had a good start, but maybe couldn't get herself into the final.
Jessica Oji.
Jessica Oji also, a
That
very
was
young one
Silver in the women's
in the
shot
women's
put.
shot put.
19 or
She's 19,
also,
yes, 19 years.
19 or so. She even switched allegiance to
From the United States of America to Nigeria.
to Nigeria, and she's given us a silver medal in her first Commonwealth Games. Going to the next Commonwealth Games, we can expect more from her. Maybe another silver, maybe another gold. But you know that this is a woman.
It's a prospect for the future.
A prospect for the future. So Nigeria, many near misses, many big disappointment, but but all in all, it's been a good outing based on the constraints that we've had.
All right.
Yes, preparation. The NSC preparations were fine and all.
All right.
We even saw the athletes coming out to say this has been the best preparation we've had and everything.
All right.
10 gold medals. Maybe we should have gotten a gold medal in the men's 100 meters.
Okay.
From Kainsola. Because
we just take what we have.
Yeah, we just take what we have. He was fantastic. He has been fantastic all this throughout this season. Really coming from the Diamond League.
Okay.
He's been fantastic. We expected more. But we have to. We will take what we have. 10 gold medals. Just one gold medal short of what we had last season.
2 gold medal shots.
Two gold medals short. Sorry. And I think we also need to work on swimming. We need to work on boxing. The boxing. Swimming as well too. First time we're seeing Nigeria swimming in the Commonwealth Games, and well, one of the heats we took third, and one of the events we took second too. Heading into the finals, no medal to really show for it in swimming. But I think these are events that I think Nigeria can also work on, because we already have events, as you said, that we are good in.
Okay.
Now we should work in the ones that we are not good in.
Boxing,
we are good in boxing. The NBF just failed their duties.
It's been a decline over the years, not really just for the 2026 Commonwealth Games. I think one of these days we'll have to sit and talk about boxing, get those who are at the helm of affairs in boxing to really come into this and let us know what our expectations from boxing, because it used to be a sport where we had strongholds, and I think that's Wale Edun as the president of the Nigerian Boxing Federation. I'll see if we could get him on the show one of these days, or one of his representatives to talk to us on what exactly is happening with boxing right here in Nigeria. But a quick run through on the medals table at the end of the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow. It ended today. The closing ceremony was done early hours of today right there in Scotland, and at the end of it all, the medals table, it was Australia who sat comfortably on top of the medals table with 163 medals, comprising of 68 gold medals, 41 silver, and 54 bronze medals. England came in second with 105 medals, 26, 43, 36 in terms of gold, silver, and bronze. Canada were third with 59 medals, 18 gold, 20 silver, and 21 bronze medals. It was India making the fourth spot, 13 gold medals, 17 silver medals, and 9 bronze medals, making it 39 medals in total. Scotland, the home country, came in fifth, 11 gold, called at 13 gold medals, 8 silver medals, and 17 bronze medals, making it 38 medals in total. And we had Nigeria in sixth spot with 10 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze, making it 24 medals in total. Jamaica came in seventh with 10, 3, 5, 18 medals in total. We had New Zealand in 8th, Wales in 9th, Malaysia in 10th. South Africa finished 11th. That's the second African team on the medals table right there. So For Nigeria, sixth it was, even ahead of Jamaica. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think it was an impressive outing right there for Team Nigeria at the 2026 Commonwealth Games? Let's get your thoughts on this particular one. If you've been following the events right there at the Commonwealth Games, you've been following exactly how things have been panning out right there in the Commonwealth Games. It's Team Nigeria with 10 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze medals, finishing sixth on the standing right there at the Commonwealth Games, ahead of countries like Jamaica, ahead of countries like South Africa, ahead of countries like Kenya, ahead of countries like Cameroon, Fiji, Dominican Republic, and you could say these are countries, Trinidad and Tobago also, these are countries that are very good in sports, and we were able to finish sixth. Would you say that that was an impressive outing for Team Nigeria? Let's get your thoughts on this particular one. The phone line is open right now, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. What do you think about Team Nigeria's outing at the just concluded 2026 Commonwealth Games? Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, hello, what's up?
Welcome to your hospital. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, what's up? By the whole analysis. Yes, even though we are two goals short of the previous Birmingham.
In Birmingham, yes. 2022.
Yes. 2022. I think with the record breaking and the setting of this
particular
what
team.
is this mean? 100 meters.
Samuel Ogazi.
Yes. I think that one is quite outstanding. Very, very outstanding. Yes, and the new talent discovered. People who are speak allegiance and all the rest. So if we look at all this and come to talk of this, the wrestling was no one featured in the wrestling.
Yeah,
which is one of our strong goals.
Yes,
one of our strong goals, and table tennis too. So for me, I think it's an upgrade.
Okay.
If the in the wrestling, at least three of these our ladies would have done at least 2 gold medals there.
Yeah.
Yes. And the one you talk about the table tennis too, and taekwondo, one of our strong goals. Because I remember Chukwumereke, yes, 1996.
Yeah.
And the subsequent Commonwealth Games and the Olympic Games. So we are doing well in that regard. But, it is an upgrade. I wouldn't say they've done well. The most successful side, African side, it's okay. It's okay. Coming out, we finished with 6th position.
All right.
Those sporting positions, those wrestling and all the other rest are there. Well, I think we finished 4th.
All right.
We have finished 4th.
All right.
Yes, we have finished 4th. And the boxing area, that is another major concern.
Okay.
Not in 5 of the boxers, all at the preliminary stage, knocked out. It is a source of concern, real source of concern. Because we've never had this bad in boxing. Yes. The only time I know we almost had it bad was when Warren.
Right.
Yes, I think 1996. I think he was the only one that brought medal in the boxing. Right?
Okay.
Yes, it was the only one, bronze medal. So, but look at from all the previous ones, we've been doing well. So, at least the National Sport Federation to look in that area to make our mess, to look where the problem is really coming from. it is really something I don't cherish at all.
All
Even in the
right.
swimming area,
All
we
right.
have water bottles everywhere. On
Okay.
swimming, I don't know what is really happening. I don't know what they have to really work on that area.
All right.
Yes.
All
So
right.
they are to scoop in more gold or more medals
All
in
right.
subsequent Commonwealth.
Editions of the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you very much for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much
Yes.
for dropping by there, Tonya Horse for 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon to you. My name is Benjamin.
All right, Benjamin, welcome to the show. Go on.
Well, for me, I was just happy with the turnout of the event
Okay.
in Glasgow. Even though we finished better
Yes.
than last time,
Hmm.
there were several other several other sports were not available because of our strong road as well. But what I would like to say is that NSC, the trophy on this week, I know it feels like a win already.
Okay.
Look at the medal hall of Australia and the other countries. Look at the numbers of medals they racked up. So we should not sit on this and say we are the best in Africa,
Okay.
Look at those sports, the boxing, we didn't do well.
Cycling.
Before you know that next thing we are in sort of confidence. They've done this, they've done that. So it's not the deliberate country, good administrators.
Okay.
So we should work out of the past where we not do well and mention those parts.
All right.
So that even next time, when events that the sports are strong goals taking out, we'll still be able to rack up medals.
Okay.
That's just my thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for dropping by right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio to air your thoughts. We're talking about Nigeria's performance at the Commonwealth Games 2026 right here in Glasgow. Finishing sixth with 10 gold medals. Are you impressed? Hello, good afternoon to you, caller. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, Ovi and the rest in studio. Big
right.
John is calling from Port Harcourt town.
Big John, welcome. This is Osas.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
I'm happy with the performance. Cognasis is not too bad. I mean, it's okay for those at the helm of the sports ministry and the NSC to set the mark, say 25 goals. But then we're competing with others too. For me, I give them kudos. New talents were discovered, and that's okay with me.
Okay.
Let me go straight to boxing movie. I see, I like what you said. I like what your colleagues in the studio, the desire to see boxing perform better. But you see, the infighting in the MBF will not allow boxing grow and allow boxing perform to bring in the gold medals. It's a big shame that when all our boxers crashed out, at least if not for the infighting, as I know, boxing would have come back with some gold medals this time. Especially when you consider our performance in previous games.
Yeah.
But you see, that infighting won't allow them. At a time when Wale Edun was elected the president of NBF, he had a very big financial problem with the federal government on his neck that will not allow him to drink water and drop the cup. A problem that had to do with deduction from stocks from APC governors for President Tinubu's re-election in 2027. That one was so big that it finally made Tinubu sack him. That was the time when he was elected NBF. You can tell me how somebody with that kind of problem will have time to look into boxing, leaving boxing to his VP, who himself is a philanthropist, not a technocrat.
Okay.
And then somebody, a philanthropist that owns his own boxing club, you understand, and also has the desire to see some of his boxers from his boxing club will also make the national team. Now look at where we've gotten to. How we've crashed out of the Olympics with with the Commonwealth Games with no medals at all. I heard you saying that a day will come when you probably look deep into boxing and probably invite those at the helm of affairs in the MBF. We're talking about that. I'm not sure if you'll be able to invite Wale to the show he will always send a representative, and these representatives are the people in charge, that are the people that will speak for him, that are on the side against these other technocrats in boxing, talking about the coaches that is causing the infighting. Even as we are talking right now in the studio, the infighting in boxing is still going on between the NBBFC and the NBF. You are just an agency. You are not supposed to go into professional boxing. You belong to the government. You are being funded by NSC. You are not supposed to put her into professional boxing. Yours is Commonwealth, Olympic game. Leave professional boxing for the NBBC. No, you are NBBC. You are just a social club. This is the rubbish going on in boxing. Even this last one you watched between celebrating boxing between, what's the name of this
Portable
musician?
Portable and Bright Okocha. Charles Okocha, I beg your pardon, yes.
That's heavy problem going on. Who sponsored it? The club, the promoter that made this celebrity fact happen belong to one faction. The other faction is not happy that you're promoting this kind of thing in Nigeria.
Okay.
And actually, if you watch what is going on, you will see that it's a shame that if you are not a Nigerian, you are probably an American or an European, and you are watching this kind of thing that takes place here in Nigeria, you will see how shameful, the shame they are bringing into boxing is. This is the kind of infighting going on in boxing that will not allow boxing to grow.
Okay.
And when this thing continues, even you can imagine what kind of performance boxing will have when we go out for international outing. When all this infighting we are going on, we were crying. Technocrats were crying. Look, the Commonwealth game is just by the corner. Before, in previous Commonwealth game, our people stay in camp for as much as 9 months. But now you look at what is happening. Just 3-4 months, and you're taking them to go compete in a Commonwealth game with inadequate training. You understand? Inadequate stay in camp, and it's making everybody mad. While people are mad, the infighting is still going on. They are more concentrated in who controls boxing, not the quality of the athletes that are supposed to go out to represent Nigeria and rake in medal. Honestly, it's a very big shame of you. A very big shame. I don't know when the NBF will sit up and allow the technocrats take full control of boxing so that we can begin to perform the way we used to perform yesterday. If they don't allow those technocrats breathe, and of course, the philanthropist with his money, what they do with who he is, they've bought over plenty of those people opposing them. That's where we are in boxing. It's a shame, a very big shame of it.
All right. Thank you so much, Big John, for dropping by. Did I almost say Young John there? Thank you so much, Big John, for dropping by. One of the felt enthusiasts that we see in the world of boxing. I think I share the same with him. Boxing has gone down the drain, so much down the drain that even against countries that we used to call minnows in the world of boxing, these days we fall. You see Nigerian boxers falling to the likes of Lesotho, boxers from Lesotho, and you're asking what happened to the good old days where we used to have boxers that could go all the way to compete with the likes of Mexico and Cuba in the world of boxing, and even America in the world of boxing. But these days it's very, very difficult. We had early men exit in the Commonwealth Games, the likes of Foli Hassan dropping out there to Lesotho's Tia Abdurrahman Wahab. We also had Ajisola Kadiat also dropping off there in split decisions against Wales. Patricia Mbata also. So these are some of the worrisome results coming in from the Commonwealth Games, which we need to look into, in as much as we are celebrating where Team Nigeria finished, in as much as we are celebrating the number of gold medals brought in as much as we are celebrating the impressive performance of our athletes on the track as well as the field. We must also look at those areas where we didn't get medals, those areas where we didn't get the performance we wanted, and look at how to correct the wrongs there so that we can go out in full swing in the next edition and most likely compete with the likes of Australia, because it was Australia living in a world of their own. If you look at the medals table right there at the just concluded 2026 Commonwealth Games, you could say Australia were living in a world of their own with 68 gold medals, and England coming in second was just 26 gold medals to put forward. So 68-26, you can see that Australia no be anybody mate again for the Commonwealth Games. And definitely this will transcend and reflect in whatever Australia will have to offer in the World Athletics Championship, as well as the Olympic Games, which will be coming up in 2028 in Los Angeles. So what a way to announce yourself in the world of athletics. We still have the phone line open, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Yes, it's open right now. You can call in and air your thoughts. Were you impressed with the performance of Team Nigeria at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland? It has ended, and Nigeria finished with a 10-7-7, 10 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze medals, making it 24 medals in total there for Team Nigeria, placing 6th on the overall medal standing. Do you think that that was an impressive performance by Team Nigeria, or do you think that, yeah, it's just like the normal performance? Remember, they did all of this without some of their strong holds, some of their strong points in the world of sports. Talking about wrestling, table tennis. They were not part of it, but they were able to pull out some of these breathtaking performances right there at the 2026 Commonwealth Games. What's your take on it? You can share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal also. It is doubled at 0701 933 9962. The phone line still remains open. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria has named a strong contingent to the World Under-20 Championship commencing next week in Oregon, United States of America. We've got the likes of Jessica Orji and Miracle Ezechukwu. Yes, that's the name I was looking for. Miracle Ezechukwu, 19-year-old speed star for Nigeria in the female category of the 100 meters. Yeah, we have both of them and some other top athletes representing Nigeria entering into that competition. Let me see if I can bring you up to speed with all the names released in that particular competition right there. It's the World Under-20 Championship is going to be right there at Oregon in the United States of America, and we're expecting big things from Team Nigeria. Nigeria will be competing in the women's 100 meters, and we've got Miracle Ezechukwu right there. Rosemary Nwankwo is also there, and Lucy Nwankwo. These three ladies would fly the flag of Nigeria in the women's 100 meters. For the women's 200 meters, we've got Miracle Ezechukwu also, Success Uyibu, and Tejiri Praise Ugo. For women's 200 meters. In the women's 400 meters, there is Becky Ebiadi, there is Faith Ezechukwu, and Jacinta Lawrence. Then in the women's 100 meters hurdles, we've got Chika Bakunye. Who knows? She could be the replacement for Toby Amoson if she does keep her performance at top notch. For the women's shot put, we've got Jessica Orji, silver medalist already from the Commonwealth Games. What else are we expecting from the Under-20 World Under-20 Championship? It's definitely a gold medal there for Team Nigeria coming from the women's shot put throw. She would also represent Nigeria in the women's discus throw, talking about Jessica Orji. So we are also expecting big things from her. She's 19 years of age, switched allegiance from representing the United States of America to represent Nigeria, and she's already got the ground or hit the ground running with her performance at the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow, Scotland, that was just concluded. For the women's 4x100 meters, we'll have Miracle Ezechukwu, Rosemary Nwankwo, Lucy Nwankwo, Success Oyibu, and Chika Bakunye. For the women's 4x400 meters, we'll have Becky Ebiadi, Faith Ezechukwu, Jacinta Lawrence, and Success Oyibo. Then for the men's 100 meters, there is Gift Bright, there is Tejiri Godwin. For the men's 200 meters, there is Gift Bright, there is Perfect Faye. For the men's 400 meters, there is David Udo. Then men's triple jump will have Precious Opinion. And for the men's 4x100 meters relay, there is Gift Bright, Perfect Faye, Tejiri Godwin, Precious Opinion, and David Udo. Yes, that's how it is. Have men's triple jump, Precious Opinion, and he'll be taking part in the men's 4x100 meters. When was the last time I saw an athlete compete in 5 different sports. I can't forget, was that the Sydney Olympic Games, where we had an American, Marian Jones, compete in 5 different sports. I think she was there in the 100 meters, she was there in the 200 meters, she was there in the long jump, she was there in the triple jump, and I can't remember the 5th one. She promised winning 5 gold medals in all, but I think she was able to bring in 3 gold medals at the end of it all. Yeah, that's the much I can think of an athlete representing a country in 5 different sports at the Olympic Games. Marion Jones, that's the name. I can't forget that name, Marion Jones. She had one iconic start when she's on the track to run. She raises her head, she looks up forward, then she will now drop it slowly down, and you know that there is problem whenever she does that. So that's it. I don't know if we have any, but I'm seeing one here. Precious Opinion. He's doing the triple jump for Nigeria in the under 20 World Under 20 Championship. Then also he'll be part of the 4x100 relay team for the men right there. Precious Opinion. So we just hope that we will be able to churn out athletes that could represent Nigeria over or through 5 different sports. So that's how it is talking about athletics. You can still share your thoughts with us and on what exactly you feel with Nigeria's finish at the 2026 Commonwealth Games. 6th it was on the medal standings, and 10 gold medals, 7 silver and 7 bronze medals. They couldn't surpass what they did in Birmingham in 2022, where they were able to win 12 gold medals. But in terms of placement on the log, Nigeria has done better than she has done in the Commonwealth Games in 20 years. So huge one right there when it has to do with the standing. 6th, the first in Africa, a mile away from the likes of South Africa, who finished 2nd in Africa. What would you say about that? Would you say it was an outstanding performance, an impressive performance for Team Nigeria, or you think that it's a performance that we shouldn't just celebrate about? Come back home and continue the work, because we'll have a lot ahead. Remember, the World Athletics Championship will be up next year. We also have preparations for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're still taking your thoughts on all of these as we're talking. We're moving ahead right now from the world of athletics, from the world of the Commonwealth Games. Let's talk about Formula One.
History boy, the second youngest driver to win a Formula One Grand Prix, Kimi Antonelli wins. A fantastic way to open his account. Antonelli wins the Chinese Grand Prix.
Yeah, so that's how the first half of the season has gone. Still sitting on top is Kimi Antonelli of Mercedes right there, 19-year-old, doing big things in the world of Formula One. Won his very first Grand Prix in this particular season, and already he's won 6 going forward as he sits on top of the Drivers' Championship right there in Formula One. The first half of the season is done and dusted, with the Hungarian Grand Prix being the end of the first half of the season. Last week, we saw the Hungarian Grand Prix, and it may have marked a turning point in the 2026 Formula One season. Lando Norris converted pole position into victory for McLaren, while Max Verstappen fought brilliantly to finish 2nd in that particular one. Championship leader Kimi Antonelli recovered from another podium finish, but what really caught the eyes was McLaren's raw pace after introducing a significant upgrade package. The win was McLaren's first in the season and suggested that they may finally have the performance to consistently challenge Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull over the remaining races. That's why the conversation has now shifted. And what's the new conversation? Formula One is no longer like a battle dominated by one team every weekend. Mercedes still has the lead, both for championship as well as constructor championship there. But Ferrari remains firmly in contention. Red Bull continues to extract results through Max Verstappen's brilliance, and McLaren suddenly look like a team ready to challenge. So with the summer break now on, every upgrade, every strategy call, and every qualifying lap could determine the outcome of both titles, talking about the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship. So the huge question on the lips of many right now is, has Formula One finally become a genuine multi-team championship battle again? For a few years now, season before last, it was a Red Bull dominance. Last season was a McLaren dominance. This season, we're beginning to see a Mercedes dominance. But all of a sudden, that has shifted. We're beginning to see Ferrari can pull through, push above their weight, and win a race. The next race, you could see a McLaren push above their weight and win a race. You could also see Red Bull with Max Verstappen get on top of the starting grid, try to pull through, and could also pull in and win a race. So it's no longer looking like a one-team sport. So for much of the hybrid and ground effect era, Formula One has often been defined as that one dominant team sport. But now it's different. Are we going to be owing it to the fact that we had some regulation changes, or are we going to be owing it to the fact that all teams are bringing their A game to the table at this point? Okay, Wallace, what's your summary of the very first half of the Formula One season? And look at this question. Is Formula One becoming a multi-team sport? Is it moving away from that one team dominating the grid to multiple teams putting in the shift and wanting a slice of that cake at the end of the day? And how does this reflect on the return of the second half of the season? It's going to be Zandvoort. That's the Dutch Grand Prix. Zandvoort is going to kick things up in the second half of the season. Are we going to see a second half of the season where everybody's going to fight? In fact, the circuit is going to catch fire because everybody will be fighting for dominance. Or do you think it's just a figment of little upgrades here and there? That's the reason why we are seeing the likes of McLaren pull up their heads, Max Verstappen in Red Bull trying to pull up his head. Are we going to see a second half of the season where Mercedes will just come in and dominate all through?
Well, for the first half of the season, I think it's been a blast. We expected Mercedes coming into this season, especially them overextending on the ratio, on the engine ratio coming into this season. We know they found a loophole there. We expected them to dominate, and that's what they did. The first 5-6 race of the season, it was total dominance from the Mercedes. George Russell taking a win, and I remember the first race after he won that said, "I love this car." Well, he does not look to be loving it at this point. He does not look to be loving the car at this point. The first race, he took the first race, and then we had Kimi dominance for the next 5 races, and then before you knew, it was Lewis Hamilton winning a race, and then George Russell climbing back up, and then we had Charles Leclerc, 2 Ferraris winning a race we've not seen in a long time, winning a race, and then Mercedes back on track, and then Lando Norris. But you have to look at the last 5 races, 5 different winners, and it shows you how we are moving into a stronger end of this, a stronger second half of the season. You have to see the last 5 races. The Hungarian Grand Prix, it was Lando Norris. The Belgian Grand Prix, it was Kimi Antonelli. The British Grand Prix, it was Charles Leclerc. The Austrian Grand Prix, that was George Russell. The Barcelona Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton. 5 different winners across 5 different races. Even you have to look at the podiums as well too. Faces that you don't, or faces that were not around during the first half of the when the season first started. Barcelona, George Russell and Lando finished right behind Lewis Hamilton. Yes, we know George has been struggling. In fourth there, you can see Red Bull and Oscar Piastri, the McLarens. We all know how the McLaren started this season. It was very, very bad. It was very, very poor. We didn't even think they were going to claw themselves back into the title fight, and now they've done that. At the Austria Grand Prix, so George Russell winning that race. Followed behind him was Red Bull, Max Verstappen. We had the Mercedes, we had the McLaren, we had the Ferrari completing the top 5. They are back in the game, the Ferraris. Ferrari claiming that win in the British Grand Prix as well too. I think Lewis Hamilton even had a penalty in that race. But you have to look at it again. The Red Bull are still there. Isaac Hadjar getting 5th there. The Belgian Grand Prix, Kimi Antonelli after bouncing back, not finishing on the podium in the last 3-4 races. The man won that race. We had the Ferrari right behind him. We had the Red Bull right behind him. And then after that, we had the Ferrari and then we had the McLaren. The Hungarian Grand Prix, it was the McLaren winning that one. Although Oscar Piastri might have taken it, but all in all, it was the McLaren's race to win. They finished on pole, and they won that and they won that race. Right behind them was the Dutchman himself, Max Verstappen, who has finished on the podium for the last 3 races, for the last 2 races, the Belgian Grand Prix and the Hungarian Grand Prix. He's heading into the next season for Max Verstappen. He's behind with the same point he was behind last season. So you know what that means for Red Bull fans.
Yes,
he can catch up.
Yeah. And one big thing here is Red Bull are no strangers to championship fights. But this season, it feels different. Max Verstappen continues to produce exceptional drives, even finishing second in the Hungarian Grand Prix after a difficult weekend. But the team no longer appears to have that fastest package every Sunday. The ability to react during the second half of the season could define whether they remain contenders. Now, it's not like how it used to be before, where you could say Red Bull had that strongest, most durable, and fastest engine. It's not like that. So Max Verstappen has to drive his heart out this time. But he's not a man that is shy of challenges. Do you think that, and we've always known him to come back in the second half of the season fighting really, really hard. Do you think that this could be the case? Max Verstappen returning in the second half of the season to blow everybody away.
Yes. Everyone always believes Max. It's Max. He just knows how to do it. When it comes to, can I get back in the groove? Can I get back to winning races? This is a man that at a point in time, out of 23 races or so, the man had 20 wins. Shows you the dominance he had in a race. Yes, you have to say the Red Bull car was fantastic then. I think that was 2023. The Red Bull car was fantastic then. I think that was the prime. I don't think Red Bull are able to get back to that prime, especially with the new rules and the new regulations and everything. But Red Bull are still in transition.
Yeah.
The Laurent Mekies era. We are still living the Christian Horner era. We are entering into Laurent Mekies era, and especially with him coming from
Andre Newey
as well as left as well too. Lambiase too is also there. Is also there as well too. He might also be leaving. He will be leaving too as well too. So different changes all around. They don't have the fastest car anymore. They started this season very poor, very bad, and they've been able to claw themselves. Just saying that now it looks possible. For Max Verstappen, it looks possible. So can Red Bull handle the pressure? Yes. I think Red Bull can handle the pressure when it comes to. We don't have the fastest car, but they have
the best.
One of
arguably the best driver.
Arguably the best driver on the grid.
All right.
Lewis Hamilton is still there, and Ethan Chapel.
Respect to him. Respect to Lewis Hamilton.
The last 2 races, it was both of them that gave us action.
Yeah.
At the Hungarian Grand Prix, it was both of them going back and forth, hustling and tussling. At the British Grand Prix as well too. At the Belgian Grand Prix as well too. It was still both of them going back and forth, challenging each other. during the first half of the season, it was between Charles and Ferrari, especially with the upgrade. But we've seen the upgrades they've made, upgrades to the rear wings, upgrades to the I think the real upgrade they've made is that Macarena wings.
Okay.
The Macarena wings they've made, the engine as well too. Especially when the FIA went through the loophole and dealt with the Mercedes
Wahala.
ratio advantage, dealt with them. Red Bull too, also people that also benefited from that advantage. They found a loophole, although they could not exploit it the way Mercedes exploited it.
Okay.
Yeah, the way Mercedes exploited it. The first people that came up with the Macarena wings, their car was fast and all, but the FIA came in as well too, found a way to deal with that. But you have to look at Ferrari, Red Bull, and McLaren all came in without upgrades heading into the Hungarian Grand Prix, heading into the Belgian Grand Prix, and it turned out fantastic. The upgrade, they were coming into especially after the British Grand Prix that Charles Leclerc won. People were wondering, oh, they're heading to the Belgian Grand Prix with upgrades. People were wondering, why are you upgrading the car when you're already at the top? They might not have won the Belgian Grand Prix, but Charles Leclerc finished right behind Kimi Antonelli, just 1.9 seconds right behind Kimi Antonelli. Mercedes are not having that speed advantage. They're not having that clear advantage that they had during the first half of the season, where before you know, Kimi is ahead of you 20 seconds. You are not catching
him.
But now,
he's behind you.
He's behind you.
No matter how you defend, he gets past you.
Even with the issue with the switch between the battery and the engine and the engine deployment, you say Kimi is one of the person that understands this best. I think with the new car, with the new age, it fits the new modern driver, and you have to adapt to it. Max is getting to adapt to it. I think the McLarens they've adapted to it very well. Lando, Oscar, they've adapted to it. Lewis Hamilton, we see is adapting to it. Charles Leclerc is adapting. So the drivers are trying to adapt to it. Yes, there are some drivers that have still not gotten the use of it. You have to look at Fernando Alonso, who has been complaining. You have to look about someone that was driving a Renault and the rest and the rest. Then he's seen all the he's evolved with the cars as they've gone. I think the first time we had the F1 cars evolve, I think that was either 2010 or so. I can't really remember. That was the first time they evolved. The man has been there with F1 during their evolving phase, and now he's in a new phase where it seems it might not work. Or the next season they are thinking of they are going to go back to the V8 engines and all. But for now, this season it is who has adapted the most, which team has got the best strategy the most, will take advantage of the race. And so far so good. The first half has been impressive. Still talking about Red Bull and going into the second half of the season. Going into the second half of the season, what should be the focus is of course upgrades. That is what every car is thinking of heading to next season. You can't keep your car the same way heading to next season as heading to the second half of the season and see our car is fast.
Okay.
Fast is not going to get you anywhere with the other, because everyone's team engineer, everyone is working hard to improve themselves. We have to look at Aston Martin in the last race in the Hungarian Grand Prix. For the first time, they were able to get into Q3. Make it out of Q1, sorry.
Okay. They
didn't get into Q2. They made it out of Q1 for the first time. Why? They made upgrades. It's going to take time, and it's going to take time and all. Almost getting into the points at the Hungarian Grand Prix as well too. They finished. That was Alonso finished 19th. Lance Stroll finished 20th, although he had a DNF. But they are improving leaps and bounds. It's going to take time. I don't know if Aston Martin are ever going to get to a mid-table team.
Okay.
But for now, Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren are the eyes to watch. And heading into next season, is who has the better upgrades. But then again, upgrades might not also work in your favor. We've seen that. You might have good upgrades, but they might not be good enough.
Okay.
You might have upgrades, and they might cost you the championship. They might cost you the win. We've seen upgrades to the cars and the drivers complain they can't feel the steering.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with the engine. We saw with Mercedes during the first half of the season.
During the first half of the season, we saw of recent with Ferrari. Hamilton complain about grip.
Yeah, Hamilton complain about grip. We saw, especially when they brought up, especially after the change in the ratio, in the engine ratio. There were upgrades to Mercedes car.
Yeah.
What happened after that? We didn't see any of them do anything. If it was not George Russell car having fault, it was Kimi Antonelli car having a fault. The Red Bull during the first half of the season was nothing to discuss.
Yeah.
They were trying to drag themselves through the mud.
Okay.
And they were able to do that up to this season.
Okay.
So heading to next season, all eyes are going to be on these three main teams.
All right.
Ferrari, McLaren, and Red Bull. And I'm actually scared for Mercedes because I think McLaren might be catching up. I mean, McLaren does catch up. It could be a very, very bad thing for Mercedes if they want to hold on to this drivers' championship.
So now coming into the second half of the season, you mentioned three teams away from Mercedes. Mercedes is on top for both the drivers' championship and the constructors' championship. But you mentioned the McLarens. In fact, let me mention according to their standing: Ferrari, the McLarens, and Red Bull. Now, who do you think is the closest from these three to unseating Mercedes? Just pick that one team for everybody to have their eyes on. The closest that could unseat Mercedes if push comes to shove.
Aston Martin.
Aston. You're definitely joking there.
It's obviously going to be Ferrari. And they are
Alright.
right behind them. They've got 2 wins. They've got 9 podiums this season. McLaren have only got 1 win and 5 podiums this season. It's not bad. Red Bull are far from getting a win, although they came close twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max finishing on the podium.
Max finishing on the podium twice. Second. But for Ferrari, they've got 2 wins. It's nothing that McLaren can't catch up to heading into next season, especially with the speed and the pace they are going at. It's nothing they can't catch up. But Ferrari, I don't know. This season, I think the energy that Lewis Hamilton is giving is very, very different. The energy that the car is giving is very, very different heading into next season. And they can make use of that they can turn that into an advantage over Mercedes.
All right.
Mercedes are worried because their upgrades, the other cars are upgrading as well as them too. So it's not like they are outright the best constructor when it comes to upgrades. They are good with that, but strategy is also going to come into play. Ferrari, I don't know if you see they've improved in strategy this season, but they are okay there when it still comes to strategy. Mercedes have kept a good strategy. They're doing with McLaren have been really, really fine with strategy this season. But Mercedes currently 8 wins, 14 podiums.
Okay.
The last 5 races, they've only had 1 win.
All right.
I know they've had 2 wins.
All right.
George Russell and
Kimi Antonelli.
And you want to compare that with the first 8 races they had in the season where they
Pure
dominated all
dominance.
that. They dominated all that. So you can see it's slipping from them little by little. And even those 2 wins, they're trying to claw.
So
because when George won that race, Kimi had issues with his car.
He did not finish. Yes.
He didn't finish. When Kimi won his race,
George also had issues.
George had issues. So both cars is as if
can't get on the podium.
Can't get on the podium, just like they did during the first half of the season.
Yes.
But we've seen McLaren have 2 cars
on the podium.
We've seen Ferrari have 2
cars on the podium
as well too. So
we can also see Red Bull have 2 cars. It's just that the backup driver Isaac Hadjar is not.
Hadjar has done fantastic this season. Hadjar has done well this. If we want to look at drivers at the Red Bull second seat course, for the first time we had someone. First time in 2-3 years we had
someone that could match Max Verstappen's energy.
I don't know match, but we had someone that finished in top 5. The last person, it's been 3
someone
years.
that could complement. Let me use that word.
Someone that could complement. The last person that won a race apart from Max Verstappen in Red Bull was Checo Perez.
The
last person that finished on the podium was Checo Perez, and Hadjar almost he got a podium in one of the races until it was overruled because there was an issue with him and Pierre Gasly, and they gave Pierre Gasly the fine. He got the podium. FIA reviewed that. He gave they reviewed their decision and gave the podium back to Pierre Gasly. But you can see how close he was to a podium. Last season in the V-Cup, the man did well. I think he had 2 podiums with the V-Cup. This season as well too, he's keeping with the pace. He's made it to almost all the Q3s.
Okay.
Yes, he might not have gotten pole, but he has locked out a top 2. the top two, finishing second in the qualifiers as well too. So the second seat course, as a Red Bull fan, I am not really worried that Haja is not catching up. Yuki, I love Yuki, but we have to see Yuki just didn't match up to what at least Haja is doing at this point in time. So for now, it's Haja not trying to match Verstappen. It's Haja trying to do his best, trying to complement Verstappen, because this is still a Max Verstappen team.
All right.
Everyone knows.
Okay. All right. Let me come to you now, Israel Victor, on this particular one. Kimi Antonelli continues to lead the championship with remarkable maturity despite his relative inexperience. We also have Lando Norris reminding everyone that his quality is still there with that dominant Hungarian Grand Prix win. Max Verstappen has consistently extracted results from a car that has not always been the quickest. So showing you that he did body at all times. Lewis Hamilton, 7-time world champion. He's not backing down at all. Ferrari bringing that resurgence, and he's also remaining firm in this championship conversation right there. And we're looking into the second half of the season, but let's look at that first half. Several drivers have put up all of these, and which driver impressed you the most from the start of the season? You've heard it all: Kimi Antonelli, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri. We've got Max Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar, Bortoleto, Colapinto. If you want to go outside the top 10, some of these drivers are there. So who has really impressed you the most right from the start of the season?
Looking at what has happened when it comes to Formula One, I think we've had lots of drivers that have shown that promise. They've shown that that wonderful performance. But I want to lean towards Kimi Antonelli because seeing how the man started, I felt it was just going to be a fluke. It would just be let's say.
Yeah, because before we started the season, it was George Russell as the face of Mercedes. From nowhere, Kimi crept in, and it was like George Russell, they learn walk.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, normally we know the top names when it comes to Formula One. We know the people that when it ends, we know the people that will get the podium finish. We know we are going to get a certain Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, and maybe Max Verstappen. But seeing Kimi Antonelli, I just felt, what happened to the top guns? And maybe there was a time. This was the time for a change.
All right.
And it is one thing for a change. It is another to have that consistency to mount that pressure on the top guns. And Kimi Antonelli has done that this season, and you could say that maybe this is a time where others have to sit up.
Okay.
Because just as you said, that Max Verstappen has not been using one of the fastest cars, but he still shows that promise. He still shows that level of consistency. Then what will happen if maybe one day he gets to use one of the fastest cars? Because I believe that the both factors work in tandem. Yeah. You must be very, very much skilled to be able to manipulate the cars to how you want it to be.
Yeah.
And also the cars also can propel you to the top.
Okay.
Because using one of the fastest cars, it is a boost because it helps you get past. We've seen Lando Norris, we've seen Oscar Piastri. These men can actually maybe stop for get a pit stop and still come back, get past all those that maybe got past them during that maybe few seconds break and all that. It is down to their expertise. It is down to the skill sets that these men possess. Because I've watched the likes of Fernando Alonso for a very long time, and I've seen that, yes, not as if the man is not good, but there is a different skill set that the likes of Lando Norris, the likes of Oscar Piastri, the likes of George Russell, what these men have that maybe Fernando Alonso doesn't have. That is why you always, when it matters the most, you see this man languishing down the drain, and you just ask that question. Then also you look at Lewis Hamilton. I always want to paint him as the prince that never became king for me. Because
he's on 7 drivers' championship with Michael Schumacher. So how is he a prince that never became a king?
That's why I said for me, because I've always painted.
There's
this
every possibility that he could win this drivers' championship. I don't know what Ovie Wallace is saying there, where he's seated, but there is every possibility. Who says he cannot? 2 DNFs from Kimi. Great performance, 3 great performance from Lewis Hamilton, and he's seated comfortably at the top of the drivers' championship. And you know, when he sits with his holy, whatever you want to call it, he would not want to come down. But go ahead.
You look at the reason why I feel Lewis Hamilton is that prince that never became king is because of the hype around the man, with the expectation that lots of Formula One fans are looking at from the man. I think he hasn't been delivering, because we always want to see him get into the headlines, like we get to see the likes of Lando, the likes of Piastri, and the rest. But good thing that these days he has been showing that yes, the promise is there.
Right.
And also you look at the inexperience of Kimi Antonelli at 19. He is showing this kind of promise, and it just shows that yes, we know that the inexperience will creep in.
Okay.
But the man can actually do the business.
Okay.
And I want to give him the standout performer for this season. And I believe that yes, for this level of consistency, he can still do more. The sky cannot be his limit, because there are footprints on the moon.
Okay, all right, footprints on the moon, and that's Victor Israel there picking Kimi Antonelli as his most impressed driver, or the driver that impressed him the most from the start of the season. You've been listening to us for quite some time. You follow Formula One. You can share your thoughts with us also on this one. Who is that driver that has impressed you the most right from the start of the season? Is it Kimi Antonelli of Mercedes, 19-year-old, leading the reins right there in the Drivers' Championship? Is it George Russell? Perfect start, great start to the season, but one way or the other, falling off the pecking order. Is it Charles Leclerc here and there, sinusoidal effect, up and down for Ferrari? Lewis Hamilton, yes, the man that has done it before. We usually call these ones the ancestors in the world of Formula One. Is that him? Or is it going to be Lando Norris, last year's drivers champion? Is it Oscar Piastri, last year's? I know go agree at all. They did rob me in that particular one. Is it Max Verstappen, one of the best drivers to grace the grids this era? Talking about Max Verstappen, who is the driver that you were most likely most impressed by his performance in this particular season, right from the first half of the season? 0810-951-0951, the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Again, it is 0810-951-0951. Share your thoughts with us on Formula One right from the start of the season. It's going to be back later on this month in Zandvoort. In Dutch, or call that Netherlands, for the Dutch Grand Prix. We'll get Formula One back on course, but you can share your thoughts with us right now. What you feel about Formula One. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Benjamin.
Benjamin, welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, so for me actually, it's very, very tough. I'm lost between supporting Max Verstappen and new guys. Then, Kimi for me, and it's been a big revelation for I think it's not our coming even looking at themselves.
Okay.
So just use that for that that's the back to the other guy.
Okay.
That's the back to the other guy. For all in all, it's going to be a tough one. Even difficult to beat. I really don't have any skills to manage it. Just do that. So perhaps just do one more.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for your thoughts right there. He says he's looking at Hamilton to do just that one more. I think Hamilton is in the same bracket, the same WhatsApp group with Novak Djokovic. Once they get that one more, they can now leave the sport for us.
See, yes, they can leave the sport, but I think Hamilton can still go for 2027 if he finishes strong.
If he wins the drivers' championship, you and your 2027 should remain. Well, he has a life to build with Kim Kardashian.
The last 5 races, he's had penalties in 4 of them.
Yes,
something that we don't know what it is with the FIA because it was speed. It was at first speeding out of the pit lane. Do you know how many seconds? You know how many seconds? It was not up to a second. 0.1 milliseconds. That he was speeding. No, that was the speed he kept. FIA said, "Chop 5 seconds," and that really affected him
in the Hungarian Grand Prix. He had every possibility of finishing on the podium.
Yeah, it could have been a Ferrari 2-3.
2-3.
Could have been a Ferrari 2-3.
So do you think there is a constituted force against Lewis Hamilton?
I really do not know. Out of the last 5 races, 4 penalties. We also have to look at that incident between him and George Russell. As well too.
Which it wasn't his fault.
I don't expect when you expect that man to turn.
I don't know.
He already had.
That was why you remember
he had the corner turning into the apex.
Off the mic outside the studio, I told you something. If I was Lewis Hamilton, I would have done that, and maybe by now. The season would have ended abruptly.
This is why you should be nowhere near an F1. If I say an F3, an IndyCar self, we should not even let you. We should not even let you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's what I told Ovie Wallace outside the studio after I saw that, and if I had done that, if I were to be Lewis Hamilton, I don't think we'll be coming back for the second half of the season.
They will ban him. He will be banned immediately because you're trying to commit murder.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Let us know what you feel about Formula One. It all started, was that sometime in March or February? Yeah, I think that was sometime in February. March, sometime in March. And here we are already, and we are done past the first half of the season. We are expecting the second half of the season.
Before we continue, I have to talk about this team because Williams, they've it's been really, really poor for them this season.
Yeah.
Last season, Albon and Carlos finished on the podium.
Okay.
They looked well heading into this season to be the best out of the rest when it comes to the mid teams. And last 3-4 races, they've not been able to make it out of Q3.
And that's why when you called Williams, I recollected more with tennis, the Williams sisters, than I was almost asking you. I was almost asking you, is that a constructor?
It's something that they really need to work on because I didn't expect that heading into this season when it comes to the Williams.
All right.
Now they are looking as bad as the Martins, the Audi, Cadillac, and the rest. Now, I'm hearing that there might even be a new constructor next season. I think it's the designer brand Gucci. Yeah.
Coming into
F1.
The speed lane.
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think next season we'll have a lot to offer. As we hear, we could see new constructors coming to Formula One. Gucci, yes, the Gucci you know, could get into Formula One to try out. Cadillac have not been themselves. So much of hype around Cadillac coming into this season.
There's nothing like our Cadillac. We don't even know what Cadillac is safe. So we can't even say be themselves.
There was Cadillac is a brand.
Cadillac is a brand. I did not expect anything from Cadillac this season. At best, if they even finish in the points, I would be surprised. If they finish in the points, they've had nothing to show for them. For the first time, they actually finished the race. They actually finished the race. So it's a new car, the new constructor. Heading into the second half of the season, there's going to be upgrades, but of course, Aston Martin to be upgrading, Audi to also be upgrading. So you might be the worst team, but out of that worst team, and to be the best out of the worst, going to even take some work. Yeah, or some work. And I don't think it's going to be this season. They said they hope to win a championship in the next 5 seasons.
Yeah.
And that's going to be work.
A futuristic plan is there for Cadillac. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to air your thoughts right now as regards Formula One. You could also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701-933-9962. Who is the driver that impressed you the most in the first half of the Formula One season? Let us know your thoughts on this particular one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move ahead right now from Formula One. It's time to talk tennis.
I think it's great. It is a good name between both of us, and our rivalry. I think it's great for the people. I think they loving it a little bit. Well, I know a little bit. No, I think they love it, and we just trying to play our best and for them as well, just to bring a really good match and tennis.
All right, that was Carlos Alcaraz there talking about the U.S. Open. In a couple of weeks from now, or call that days from now, the countdown is already on to the start of the U.S. Open. The final Grand Slam of the year is almost here, and the North American hard court swing is where contenders either announce themselves or expose their weaknesses. Every match in Toronto, Cincinnati, and the lead-up event is now about one thing: arriving in New York with confidence, rhythm, and momentum. On the men's side, all eyes are on defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. That's why we started with him right here. The Spaniard has spent several months recovering from a wrist injury and has not played competitively since April. But if fully fit, he remains one of the most dangerous players on any surface. His explosive movement, aggressive baseline game, and ability to raise his level in the biggest moments makes him a natural favorite, even if questions remain over his match sharpness. Meanwhile, world number one Yannick Sinner arrives with arguably the strongest resume of the season. After reclaiming the top ranking earlier this year and capturing Wimbledon, the Italian has shown remarkable consistency. His improved serve, calm temperament, and dominance on the hard court makes many believe he, not Carlos Alcaraz, is actually the man everyone would want to avoid. There is also Novak Djokovic at 39 years of age. Questions about his age continues to follow up. But writing off a 24 Grand Slam champion has never been wise. Novak Djokovic has reached the Australian Open final and the Wimbledon semi-final this season, proving he can still compete with the very best. While he may not be the outright favorite over 2 weeks, few players possess his tactical intelligence, mental resilience, and ability to peak during Grand Slams. And for the women draw appears equally compelling. World number one Aryna Sabalenka is chasing history by attempting to become the first woman since Serena Williams to win 3 consecutive U.S. Open titles. That's if she wins this one. She could also be chasing a record of trying not to finish a year without a Grand Slam, because if she fails to win the U.S. Open, she might be having that record, finishing a year without a Grand Slam for a world number one. So her power, confidence, and success on hard court makes her the benchmark heading into New York. However, the chasing pack is stronger than ever. We have the likes of Elena Rybakina, who has already won the Australian Open this season, Mira Andreeva, who captured Roland Garros this season, and Linda Noskova arriving as the reigning Wimbledon champion. That adds former champion Coco Gauff, Iga Swiatek, and Naomi Osaka to the mix. And the women's event promises to be one of tremendous depth. Now, who enters the U.S. Open as the player to beat, both for the men and for the women? You can have that as a question for you to react to, ladies and gentlemen, from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is open right now, 0701-933-9962. You can also keep it down to react to it when the phone line is announced open again, 0810-951-0951. Who enters the U.S. Open as the player to beat? So the debate has never been more intriguing than what it is right now. Is it the defending champion returning from injury for the men's side of things, that's Carlos Alcaraz, or is it current world number one with outstanding form, Yannick Sinner? Or are we looking at experience to count in this particular one? And that is Novak Djokovic for the men. For the ladies, so many names already on the scorecard. Elena Rybakina is there. She's won a Grand Slam this year already. Mira Andreeva, young but powerful. She has won a Grand Slam this year already in Roland Garros. Aryna Sabalenka, you can't count her out, even if she has not won a Grand Slam. She has been able to do the Sunshine Doubles this season, winning the Miami Open as well as the Indian Wells in that particular one there. So you can't write her out. There is Naomi Osaka doing big things when she's needed the most. She was the reason why Arina Sabalenka could not move forward was that Arina Sabalenka or Coco Gauff in Wimbledon? But I know that she knocked one of the big names off there. Coco Gauff, the same thing. Iga Swiatek, not really being herself, but you can't write her off when it comes to the female side of things. So who amongst all of these will be that player that you're looking at to be the one to beat when the US Open takes center stage later on this month? Yes, that's talking about the month of August right there. So you can share your thoughts with us on that particular one, and you can also share your thoughts with us if you think Carlos Alcaraz returning from an injury, maybe match rusty, could be the favorite to win the US Open. He's the defending champion. We didn't expect him to win it last season. We saw Yannick Sinner play beautiful tennis from Wimbledon. We were expecting that he was going to get into the US Open and also do the same. But from nowhere, Carlos Alcaraz showed his brilliance, taking that one away from Yannick Sinner in that particular US Open for last season. But this season is a fresh one. Both players are on the court. Novak Djokovic is also on the court. Sasha Zverev, that's Alexander Zverev, coming off winning the US, called that the French Open, is also on the court. He was also part of the finalists right there in Wimbledon. He took that one of the final tickets and was up against Yannick Sinner, but Yannick Sinner showed him that, before you get yourself to be added to the big three, there are so many things that you would have to do, which you have not done. But Ovie Wallace, you're here. You're hearing the names of all of these guys. It's time to get to the last Grand Slam of the season. You hear Carlos Alcaraz, you hear Yannick Sinner, you hear Novak Djokovic, you hear Sasha Zverev. Which other person can we call in that mix? There is Felix Auger-Aliassime. He sits fourth or fifth in the rankings. But apart from these ones I've called, the rest of the guys are just there for the rankings. When it comes to the business side of things, they find a way to fizzle off at the end of the day. But it's basically no matter how you want to look at it, that Sin Caras rivalry comes back. This is going to be a Grand Slam in a while that we'll see Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner in the same Grand Slam. What's your take? Is it a Carlos Alcaraz returning back to winning ways, or do you think fitness, form, rustiness would rob him of defending the title he won sometime this period last year?
For names, apart from the big boys, the big dogs, the Novak, the Felix, the we haven't really called Felix big boy. Felix they tried this season. Felix they tried this season. Zverev already has a Grand Slam to his name. I know. I think someone that I might actually, or people that I might actually look at to cause upsets: Jan Francesca, Flavio Kobudi, Taylor Fritz,
okay,
Ben Shelton, Davidovic, Fokina
Davidovic.
Yeah. So I think
Alex de Minaur. You're writing Alex de Minaur off.
De Minaur.
He's sixth on the ranking.
De Minaur as well too.
Daniel Medvedev is also there.
Daniel Medvedev. The thing with Medvedev is if Medvedev does Medvedev things.
But which one is Medvedev things?
If Medvedev does Medvedev things, then it might be bad. But those are the other names I'm looking at when it comes to someone else apart from the big boys.
Okay.
But for Carlos Alcaraz, can he defend the title? Coming out, you're looking about the rustiness. He's not had that many games, that many build up to the US Open. If he does have those many games to build up to the US Open, then you can say yes, he can get that rustiness off him. But look at the other guys, Djokovic, Zverev, and the rest. They've upped their game too, so it's going to be a hard battle to defend that title, and hopefully he doesn't.
Hopefully he doesn't. Why are you praying that he doesn't defend his title? You are a Yannick Sinner fan.
So the number one player in the world can actually win it. the best player in the world can actually win it in Yannick Sinner. But Yannick too also has to put his head straight, because you have to look at getting knocked out of the Roland Garros during the early stages. Didn't really say much about him. Then I think that bounce back in the World Cup, getting to the finals and dominating Alexander Zverev showed the man's intent. Novak Djokovic as well, I still don't know what this man is actually still doing in the Grand Slam. For me, I think at this point he's wasting slots, because I think after
how is he wasting slots?
After
he got to the final
after
of
getting to that
the
final,
Australian Open.
That was the Australian Open. That was 2 Grand Slams ago. After getting to that final, he has not.
He wasn't poor in Roland Garros.
He was not poor.
He wasn't poor in Roland Garros.
Who took him out?
Anyway,
it was Cerundolo that took him out.
Yes.
So Cerundolo that took him out.
Was it Cerundolo? I think Cerundolo took out Yannick. Now, I'll confirm that. But you just have to hold on here.
Yeah.
We're going out to pay some bills and play some commercials. And we'll be right back talking tennis. I could also see the phone lines buzzing. I believe the tennis lovers want to air their views on this particular one. So we'll just have to hold on, go out, pay some bills. We'll be back right after that to talk more on tennis. It's the US Open, the build-up to the US Open right here as we're talking on it right here on Today 95.1 FM. Today Sports Live is the sports show. So don't go nowhere. Today Sports Live will be back right after this.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
We, his friends, send our warmest felicitations to Professor Friday Ewumelu Aaron and his beloved family on their family Thanksgiving on Sunday, 2nd August 2026 at the Living Faith Church, Winners Chapel, number 4 Kaduna Street, D-Line, Port Harcourt. Aaronus, you and your family are a blessing personalized, but we wish to join you specifically to thank God for your well-deserved appointment as Professor of Orthopedic Surgery at the Rivers State University Medical School and the successful completion of your tenure as the Pioneer Chief Medical Director of the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital. Many saw you as a professor even before you were formally appointed, but your enormous achievements as CMD of RSUTH, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, are largely unsung, but nevertheless deeply appreciated among the learned. We believe that these are stepping stones to higher responsibilities, for you have proved yourself worthy time after time. Congratulations, our dearly beloved friend. From Professor Seifa Brisibe, Professor of Family Medicine and Honorable Commissioner for Health, Bayelsa State, Professor Vad Origi, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Professor Best Odinyoha, Professor of Preventive and Social Medicine, Professor Daprim Ogaji, Center Director, World Bank Africa Center of Excellence for Public Health and Toxicological Research, Uniport, Prince Dr. Felix Waboso, CEO, Cedar Construction Company, Dr. Dakuru Atupa, CEO, Fidelio Group, and Alhaji Ibrahim Tuse Dasuki, Texton Construction Company Limited.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back. It's still the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Assassin Hinwin holding down things right here. I still have Ovia Wallace and Victor Israel right here with me in the studio. And before we went on that commercial break, we were talking about the US Open, which will be up and running in a couple of days or call that weeks from now. That's the last Grand Slam of the tennis season. After that, we'll start thinking of getting into the ATP and the WTA finals. And for the US Open, we're looking at who is that player to beat? Who is that player who would be the favorite to win the US Open? We've had good performances from several players on the grid, or call that on the standings right there for the ATP as well as the WTA. And for the ATP, the men's side of things, two names are on the lips of everybody right now. Carlos Alcaraz, he returns back after that layoff due to a wrist injury for quite some time. That saw him exit or call that stay off the French Open. That's Roland Garros as well as Wimbledon. And this time he will be back in the US Open, and that will be the reigniting or call that the rekindling of that rivalry between himself and Yannick Sinner. It's called the Sin Caras rivalry. And we are looking at it. Who wins this one? He's the defending champion, but we have Yannick Sinner more in form at this point. And from the female side of things, Aryna Sabalenka, being world number one, has not won a Grand Slam this season. For the Australian Open, she missed out on it. It was Elena Rybakina who won that one. For the French Open, Roland Garros, she also missed out on it. It was Mira Andreeva who won that one. And for Wimbledon, she also missed out on it. It was Linda Noskova who won that particular one. I think she was beaten by Naomi Osaka. Yes, Naomi Osaka was responsible for ousting Aryna Sabalenka in that particular Wimbledon championship. And yeah, she has one more chance being the US Open to see if she can record her name as a Grand Slam winner this season. Do you think that Aryna Sabalenka can do this particular one? Because it's going to be a field season, and if she fails to win a Grand Slam, what do you think about Aryna Sabalenka's reign as world number one? Yeah, what would you think? What effect would that have on her reign as world number one? You can share your thoughts with us. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there. We also have the phone line open right now, 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962. So, they're open. You can share your thoughts. To the guys in the studio, Ovie Wallace is here. I also have Victor Israel right here. Ovie, who enters the US Open for you as the player to beat?
Of course, it's going to be Yannick Sinner.
Yeah, you were on it already.
Yeah. Yannick Sinner is the man to beat. He's currently world number one. He's coming off a win at the Wimbledon, defending his title. Carlos has been out of it for the since winning the Roland Garros. Djokovic is certainly out of it. Zverev is going to be Zverev, as we all said it. I think the win at the win at Roland Garros was a fact that I didn't get to face Yannick. I didn't get to face Carlos Alcaraz. I didn't get to face Novak Djokovic. So it was an easy path. Not saying that he's not a good player. He's a good player. We've seen his work. It was coming. The man needed that Grand Slam to at least put himself out. In the Sin Caras era, I was able to stop them once. So he didn't really stop them, but he has a Grand Slam to his name. Not really looking at him. Who else do you want to look at? So no one else. We've seen Sinner take on anyone that is below him. We've seen him trash them 3 straight sets, not even giving them any chance to even play their game and also know how strong his serves is. We saw that game against Alexander Zverev. It was between a battle of who could serve better, who could catch each other's serve, and Zverev just feel that couldn't catch Yannick's serves well. So heading into the US Open, the man to beat is the man at top, is the one that's the king of the hill, Yannick Sinner. Every other person coming in is to try their best to stop Yannick. You stop Yannick, it's anyone's side to take. Alcaraz is still going to be there. We are just going to look at, is it going to be rusty? Other players may also pick up on that this man is just coming back from an injury. He might not be at 100%. He might not be at 100%. Maybe a 50 or a 70% Carlos Alcaraz might be able to take out someone in the, maybe from the top 5 or maybe below the top 5 or below the top 10. But I think if he starts playing the higher rankers, if he starts taking on the people that are in the top 5, I think it's going to be much more harder to him. He's 70% or 50% Yannick Sinner that can't really give you much. But for Djokovic, I only say he's one of the people to beat, but he's always in and around the corner. He could also turn out to surprise. I'm not really expecting anything from the man. I have to see since the final appearance at the Australian Open, nothing really to expect from him.
All right.
He's not had much games apart from appearing in the Grand Slam finals. He had at the Indian Wells. That was after the Australian Open. He got knocked out by Jack Draper. Even have to look at that. He came into the Australian Open. He didn't have any game during the Australian Open. His first 3 games,
right,
straight sets, until he met Lorenzo Musetti, who retired after he was still leading Lorenzo Musetti.
Right.
Okay, he could have even been knocked out. Lorenzo Musetti was winning in 2 straight sets to nothing until Musetti retired. I could mention it was a walkover before he had that. Then after that, Yannick Sinner 3-2. The toll on him, and then heading over to Novak Djokovic, it was a beat down.
Okay.
The man said, okay, let me have a go at the Indian Wells. Had 2 opponents, dropped a set against them, and that was the Polish and the American Kovacevic, and then he had Jack Draper again. Lost to Jack Draper, and after that, that was the Rome Masters. He lost in the first match, and then the Paris Roland Garros. 2 matches against Pericard and then Roya. Lost that, won those. Not an easy game.
Okay.
But you could see the stress is building on him, and then he had Joao Fonseca. 5 sets of absolute brilliance. Fonseca was able to make it, I think, into the quarterfinals. As that far, Joao Fonseca was able to make it. But after that, the Grand Slam, Wimbledon. He started off well. Tsitsipas, Rinda Kech, Safulin, Auger Aliassime. I think with Auger, 5 sets, and after that you're going to face who? Yannick Sinner. It's not going to be easy to do that. So imagine he has that same path, because now he's coming. He's going to meet a well-rested, ready Yannick Sinner. He's going to meet a well-rested, ready Carlos Alcaraz, and these 2 men have already beaten him
before this season.
In fact, they've been beating him since they started the Sincaras dominance.
Would you say that? I think he did defeat Yannick Sinner at the Australian Open. That's Novak Djokovic.
Yes,
he knocked out Yannick Sinner in the semi-final of the Australian Open.
Yeah, he knocked him out. But I think since I think before then, the last time this man won a Grand Slam, that should be
2023.
Was it 2023 or 2024?
Yes, 2023.
2023, that should be the US Open. That should be the US Open. So that was the last time this man won a Grand Slam. The first time he reached a final after a long time was
the Australian Open.
The Australian Open. And we all know he when it comes to the Australian Open, he is the king on that court. But now that crown will be taken off, at least for the meantime.
Okay.
But Djokovic not really expecting much for him. At least let's see a repeat.
Okay.
Back-to-back finals at the Roland Garros and the Wimbledon. Can you make it another back-to-back finals when now you have 2 adversaries? You have Carlos Alcaraz back on court. You have Yannick Sinner back on court. Djokovic is going to be there. I want to see a repeat of that.
Okay.
They say 3rd time is the charm. I think 3rd time will actually cement him as
one of the names.
Yes, one of the names to look out,
to be reckoned with.
To be reckoned with heading into maybe the ATP finals tour. But for now, everyone is still looking at only one name.
All right. Who are you looking at? 0810-951-0951. Who is your player to go all the way and win the US Open when it comes to center stage for the men and for the women? Victor Israel, for the ladies, what do you think? Arina Sabalenka, is this the chance? Yeah, it seems to be the last chance. Do you think it's the chance she could take in winning a Grand Slam this year? She hasn't won any already. She hasn't won any. And she still sits at number 1. That number 1 that has not won a Grand Slam. It could be thanks to the fact that she gathered ranking points before this particular season. Else, she would have been unseated as world number 1. But do you think that's fine with all the array of stars and talents that we have in the female side of things? She could go all the way. But before you give your thoughts, let's take this call because it has always been ringing. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Peter from Oyibo.
All right, Peter from Oyibo, welcome. Yes, please.
You are very busy discussing Mercedes
McLaren, Ferrari, Formula One.
I don't know. I don't know those names.
Okay.
Yes, I've been hearing them. You are not talking football.
No, we will definitely
you are not talking football.
If you've been,
is what keeps us.
Yes. If you actually know how we do the Sunday's edition of Today's Sports Live, we start with other sports. We talk other sports till 3:30. Then we switch into football. We have a full bumper package for you in football. So from 3:30 p.m. it kickstarts in a couple of minutes from now.
Don't go straight
to football. You know, we have other listeners that enjoy other sports. We have Formula One fans, we have tennis fans, we have boxing fans, we have athletics fans. So they would also want to hear us talk all of these sports away from football.
Yeah, if you are talking boxing, I will have issues.
Okay, we're going to talk boxing very soon.
We are not into Formula One in Nigeria. How many Nigerians are competing in the Formula One, Formula 2?
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. We have noted that one. We'll definitely bring in all of these. But we've got lovers of Formula One. I know
lovers.
We've had people calling here.
I showed you
what's happening in Lagos.
Watch party.
There was an F1 watch party in Lagos.
Yes, and it's not a big beer brand was supporting it.
Yes, sponsored that particular one.
And I mean, many F1 group chats, many F1 communities too. And I understand when people say it's a small community.
It's a small community.
Look at them, like when you see almost
how big F1 is.
people.
Yes, do you know how big F1 is in Lagos? Formula One is in Lagos.
It's very big, and if F1 does come to Lagos at a point in time, the crowd is going to be massive.
Okay,
it's going to be. I will be there. Hopefully, I get to ride alongside Max Verstappen. I get to see the
Okay. That's one lover of F1 here in Ovie Wallace. The other lover of F1, but if Liverpool comes into it, is Victor Israel right here. But Victor Israel, for the ladies, Arina Sabalenka, Elena Rybakina. We've got names like Mira Andreeva. We've got names like Coco Gauff, names like Iga Swiatek, names like Naomi Osaka these days. She's coming up. You have Matija Kostyuk. You've got Linda Noskova. Some of these names could spring surprises. Do you think there could be another surprise, or do you think Arina Sabalenka could be motivated with the fact that this is her last chance in getting a Grand Slam this season?
Yeah, she can actually be motivated, but one thing to also notice is the fact that the level of unpredictability in the women aspect.
Okay, just go ahead. I saw the phone line buzzing. I wanted to take that call, but maybe when it comes in again, but just go ahead.
Okay, the unpredictability when it comes to the women aspect of tennis is one thing that you don't know who wins the next game.
Okay.
You look at two games, sometimes you look at those games and feel like this is a David Goliath situation, but the Goliath tends to become victorious in the game, and we just as we said during the beginning part of the show where we said Linda Noskova.
All right, I will just hold you fort right there for us to take this call. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, Osas, and everybody in the studio.
We greet you. Welcome.
Yeah, I just called because of what that man said.
Okay.
The thing is, every Sunday, as soon as it's one, whatever I'm doing, I don't call. I do taekwondo up to black belt.
All right.
But we've been watching, I listen sports. I'm a sportsman to the core. So when you say football, no, continue with this because that's the only thing I do.
Thank you so much.
Off sports, I'm not listening again.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe one of these days.
The only station that give us complete package of sports.
All right. One of these days we'll delve into taekwondo. I know Angel. Yes, Angel in it also. We'll delve into it and talk much about it.
I know him.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping by there. Right, so you can see they say, how do they say it? Different strokes for different folks. Different strokes for different folks.
The last time I did taekwondo was in
primary taekwondo.
School. Yes, I did taekwondo. I only got up to yellow belt. To the yellow belt.
That's the fake yellow belt. I know.
The reason why I do remember taekwondo because I remember with sparring night was a girl. She beat me. Since then I said, okay, ma, just say that this is not for me.
This is not for you.
It's not
if
for
the
me.
ladies can beat you to it, then it's not for you. All right, Victor Israel, back to you quickly.
Okay, the fact that the women aspect of tennis just doesn't give you a mainstay for you to pick as the qualified champion already.
All right.
It just shows that yes, that level of competition is very, very high. So for me, I believe this is a chance for Sabalenka to maybe show us that yes, she's still the undisputed number one. But also, I feel that if she doesn't take each game like a final, then she will be leaving that competition even before she gets to maybe the semi-finals or so. Because I believe that the likes of Karolina Mukova and Linda Noskova, Coco Gauff, Iga Swiatek, these are names that could actually push
Jessica
for that
Pegula,
title. These are names that could push for the title, because sometimes when I look at their matchup, I just feel like I don't really know who is the favorite, because I believe whoever takes the game more, whoever gives in 100% in the game actually takes it. It doesn't matter which name comes. It doesn't matter the pedigree you have prior to that game. It doesn't matter what happened in the last 5 meetings. What matters is what you can give in that day.
What you can give in.
And also how you hold on, because we know how tennis is that stressful. You could play for 3-4 hours.
It's an emotional sport.
Yeah, it's really draining.
Yeah.
There's a way you could play and play. You could start very well, but end very badly. So whoever wants it more, whoever has the stamina to sustain,
we'll get it.
We'll get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to the US Open, which will be coming up in a couple of days from now. Let me see if I can quickly get you the dates for the US Open, when it starts and when it would end. So for the US Open 2026, start date would be, it's going to definitely be in the month of August, the 23rd of August. It will run through to the 13th of September 2026. So keep a date with that one, as we'll report everything happening right there from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, bringing to you top-notch tennis from the last Grand Slam of the year. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to switch things to talk football, let's look into the world of boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Steve Weisfeld scores at 116 to 112. Max DeLuca and Tim Cheatham both have it 115 to 113. To the winner by unanimous decision, the Fighting Pride of Omaha, Nebraska, USA, and no Ring Magazine, an undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Terrence Bull.
All right, that's how we do it in boxing. You can't write the script of boxing without such an announcement. That's why you have those who go the extra mile to make sure that they bring themselves to that level where when they give you the announcement, the thrills, the chills, the fever, the cold feeling will run through your veins. Definitely, that's the world of boxing and what it brings to you. So let's talk a bit about boxing right now, as Anthony Joshua's victory over Christian Prenga was supposed to be a routine comeback win and the final stepping stone towards a blockbuster showdown with Tyson Fury. Instead, it has become one of the most debated heavyweight fights of the year. The controversy stems from the dramatic nature of the contest. Prenga shocked everyone by knocking Anthony Joshua down twice in the opening round of that encounter, leaving him believing the former two-time world champion was on the verge of a defeat. However, the momentum shifted completely in the second round as Joshua came out aggressively, hurt Prenga with a series of heavy shots and finished the fight with a brutal stoppage. Now, why are fans questioning the stoppage? The debate isn't really about the referee's decision to stop the fight. Instead, many fans are questioning how dramatically that fight changed. Some of our observers argue that Prenga appeared unusually passive after dominating the first round. They also say that he failed to capitalize when Joshua was badly hurt. And some other members of the observers say the sudden swing in momentum looked suspicious to some viewers, especially given the huge Tyson Fury fight awaiting Anthony Joshua later this year. And we all know the result of that Christian Prenga Anthony Joshua fight would have changed the complexion of whatever would have been that Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury fight that will be coming up later this year. So observers are saying it looks like something fishy went on, because the Prenga we saw in the first round, the Christian Prenga we saw in the first round against Anthony Joshua, who floored him twice or took him to the canvas twice, wasn't the same Christian Prenga that was seen in the second round that was just easily shoved off and knocked out by Anthony Joshua. So former Crystal Palace chairman and boxing pundit Simon Jordan was among the most vocal critics, initially suggesting that something wasn't quite right about how the fight unfolded, before later softening that stance after reviewing the contest. Meanwhile, Joshua's camp responded. For Joshua's camp, his team firmly rejected any suggestions that the fight was anything other than a genuine one. Trainer Sergi Lapine, who happens to be a trainer for Alexander Usyk, who also was part of Joshua's team in that fight, dismissed any form of conspiracy theories with sarcasm, comparing them to believing that the earth is flat. What he simply meant there is that anybody that believes that there was mago in that fight between Anthony Joshua and Christian Prenga would also believe that the earth is flat. He went on insisting that people should focus on what actually happened inside the ring rather than someone else's imaginations. Matchroom Boxing CEO Frank Smith also described the allegations as wild and baseless, saying critics were ignoring Joshua's ability to recover from adversity and finish the fight. Prenga himself, who happens to be the man at the center of it all, interestingly, also dismissed the claims that the fight was fixed. Christian Prenga insisted that both he and Anthony Joshua had integrity and would never participate in anything dishonest. He explained that after throwing everything into the explosive first round, he simply became fatigued. He also revealed that he had been dealing with illness during the training camp, which affected his stamina, while his manager confirmed that he was advised to pace himself after the frantic opening round. Although Joshua finally got the victory, many analysts believe the fight raised almost as many questions as it answered. From the positive angle, that fight tremendously showed Joshua's tremendous resilience after suffering 2 knockdowns. It also showed his excellent composure to recover. He also showed he still possesses elite finishing powers. But the concerns, that fight showed that Joshua lacks punch resistance. He's vulnerable at that point. He also showed that Tyson Fury and other heavyweight boxers will study those weaknesses and use it against Anthony Joshua. But the major question here is, Ovie Wallace and Israel Victor, do you think that there was any in our local palace mago in that fight? Because a Christian Prenga that almost finished Anthony Joshua off in the first round came back in the second round, and after 1 or 2, he was on the canvas and the referee was saying, it's all over, it's all over, it's all over.
No, that was a clear beatdown from I wanted to say Carlos Alcaraz.
Okay, go ahead.
Of Anthony Joshua. The first round, yes, Anthony Joshua was rattled. He was not really stunned. I would say rattled. The man went on one knee. The second,
the first one, he went on the canvas with his back.
He went on the canvas. The second one, he was on the ropes. Yeah, and then went down. But I still felt this man was still going to come back. And Prenga has never been in a situation with that kind of a boxer. All right, with the status of Anthony Joshua. Coming into the second round, Joshua gave him everything, things that he has not seen coming from a champion like that, a boxer like that, and he just didn't have any answer. It's kind of different from the match we had between
Tyson Fury and Mario Swash.
And no, not Tyson Fury. It has Alexander Usyk and what is the kickboxer's name?
Was that not Makhmudov? I'll get his name for you. Just go on.
It was different from that match where Usyk
Okay, the one that almost beats Usyk.
Yeah.
Go on.
Rico Verhoeven.
Rico Verhoeven.
So different from that match where he was going at Rico Verhoeven and before the referee called it a knockout, Verhoeven was still standing. Verhoeven still had his guard up, was still taking those punches. This one, did you see those jabs? The first one, Prenga had his guard up.
Yeah.
The first one went straight to his nose. One. I was counting it one. Went straight to his nose. He went that he still had his guard up. Second one was the left hook, straight to his face. Landed the left hook. Second one was the right hook, and that right hook
was devastating.
Was devastating. Knocked that man out. I might have saw the if I said from that right jab straight to the face, straight to the nose. I knew this was over because he didn't know where he was again, and it was just Joshua dominating that match. If the ref had said, "Okay, let's continue," I think it would be suicide at that point. So there was nothing unfair. The first round, he had a good first round. Anyone can have a good first round.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong. But I think from the second round upward, he didn't have an answer for Anthony Joshua. He didn't know what to do at that point.
Okay. Victor Israel, what about you? Do you suspect anything fishy? And how well do you think that Tyson Fury can capitalize on these weak points that Anthony Joshua has shown going into that all-British fight between the Gypsy King and the other guy from Britain?
I think there was no jury, like in Nigeria, they will call it. There was no jury in that fight. Just as we said in tennis, if you start, you can start very well.
Okay.
And maybe you don't have what it takes to maybe end the way you started, because the intensity is something that you need enough of energy. You need that stamina. You need everything to go according to the way you started. So there was no jury. Just the fact that he couldn't match up the energy he used in starting.
Right.
And also maybe you could say that his opponent actually maybe understood where he was coming from, understood how to take him on, maybe after studying the first few moments in the game, and that was just it. I don't think anyone wants to maybe fix that. But for me, I feel there was nothing fishy.
So for you, it's just conspiracy theory all through.
Trying to start off something when
there is nothing there.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's get to the phone line to take a few calls before we switch to talking football at this point. 0810-951-0951. Do you think that from what is being speculated right now is just a conspiracy theory, or do you think that somebody told Christian Prenga, "Oh boy, see you, Anthony Joshua go fight Tyson Fury after this game, no beat him, we'll just go there and do somehow just fall down, let it be that Anthony Joshua wins this particular one"? Let's go to the phone line. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, also.
Welcome, Tony Hospital.
Also, I don't see any match here. Nothing.
Okay.
Yes, the only thing is that Anthony Joshua is too big for that guy.
All right.
And going by what you said, is so emotional. He lost his friend and all those things. It's affecting him. So that first round, he was not himself.
Okay.
And yes, as he was knocked down twice. So the second time he woke up and during that finishing point, jab. I don't think there was anything. And then one thing I want to believe or I suspect is that look, it could be a ploy.
All right.
For Anthony Joshua to go down so that to give Fury that first impression of weak Joshua, so that when he entered the ring with him, it will there will be this kind of like a physical attitude because he has dropped him, all that kind of thing.
Okay.
So it could be a ploy.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tony Hosford, for your thoughts right there. As he says that even Joshua's going down in the very first round of that encounter could be a ploy. We still have the phone lines open. The phone line open 0810-951-0951. We've got a message here from the SMS platform. This one says, "Good afternoon, guys in the studio. Please, I just want to let you know that there are a lot of us that love other sports, just as he loves football. Like me, Kenneth from Ibueche, I am a lover of football, but I enjoy Formula One, and that is why I don't miss to listen to your station, mostly on Sunday afternoons." Thank you so much, Kenneth from Ibueche, for your thoughts there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, guys.
Welcome.
I don't know why. It's just that if we are trying to be political, we are trying to be Yes, let me just construct with the truth. This is Sammy calling from.
All right, Sammy, welcome. Go on quickly.
We know this thing. This is boxing for Ghana now. Some of us have been following boxing for a very long time. Match was fixed. It's as simple as that. Say it clearly.
All right.
Stop it was fixed. So that Anthony Joshua, the match with Anthony Joshua and with what's his name again?
Tyson Fury, you mean?
Yeah, so that the hype
okay.
be able to create media coverage for it.
All right.
If that guy beat Joshua.
In
the start of that fight.
Okay.
The first round, they have obviously did what they did. They relaxed hard in the beginning of this game.
All right.
There's not anybody to them. That part
was fixed. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Some persons still believe that match was that bout was fixed right there in favor of Anthony Joshua. We'll have a lot of time to talk about this also, maybe in subsequent editions of today's Spotlight. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to switch to talk football on the show this beautiful afternoon. Everything happening with the preseason games. I hear that somebody was beaten 2 days ago. Those people that used to sign people with outrageous fees that will sign 71-year-old and add to their they were beaten a few days ago by a certain almost relegated team. So I don't know why Victor Israel is looking at me, but I'm not the one to talk about it. It's Blessing Thompson right here. Blessing is the one to talk about it. Don't arrange your arrows and your...
No. I don't have any arrow to fire at anyone, but
okay.
I just want to add to what you said. Someone was beaten and they did it with 10 men.
With 10 men?
Yes, they did it with 10 men.
I thank God that we came... When I say we, you know what I'm saying right now.
Understand.
4-1. But see, I saw Max Dalman. See, there was the pass, the way Max Dalman moved yesterday for that first goal that he assisted.
Like a prime Lionel Messi.
Yeah, like Lionel Messi. He reminded me of Lionel Messi in his 19.
Yes.
You are
but let me wait. I didn't want to say this, but Ovie just made me want to say this now. Ovie, you should be scared of Birmingham.
Which are they?
But you know Birmingham. I saw Birmingham watching that game. Birmingham against Barca.
See, leave me. That man that is on this mic one is a blasphemer. I know when I first came into this studio. I know when I first came into this station. I know the team you were supporting, but no.
See, let me tell you, every Arsenal fan, because of their lack of success, let me calm down. Because of their lack of success, they have a side chick.
No, see.
They have a club they go to enjoy success, and that is what Osas did.
Victor, your side chick,
Are we on a sports show?
Standards.
Are we on a sports show or are we on a relationship matter?
We did all of them.
Okay.
We did all of them.
Honorables, I will put off your mic, but the truth is, go and look at Max
Dalman.
Go and look at Max Dalman and what he did yesterday assisting Kai Havertz, and you will see similarities with Lionel Messi at 19. That control on the ball was something beautiful. I know he's going to go.
He's going to go places.
But
like the Emirates Stadium, that's the places.
I think Blessing Thompson is the one to take you through this particular one. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is done right here. I hand you over to the able hands of Blessing Thompson as she takes you through the rendezvous and everything that has to do with football. Do not forget Nigeria's Super Falcons. Oh yeah. Guardiola in the world of football when it has to do with coaching. That's Xabi Alonso, the man who conquered Germany, tried to conquer Spain. Now he's in England to conquer England. They've got
Victor, why are you smiling? Victor, why are you smiling? Victor is just here
I don't know,
smiling.
Victor,
Victor, why are you smiling?
In the voice of us, you are bad people.
Let me do my analysis now. Let me do my analysis. They've also got one of the best centre backs in the English Premier League in Maxwell Lacroix. They've got one of the most experienced defensive midfielders in Jordan Henderson, EPL winning defensive midfielder. Yes. So he says clock it. All right, so that's it. They've got what else? What else would Chelsea be needing apart from winning the English Premier League? So if they go at the end of the season and don't win the English Premier League, it won't be easy for Chelsea, for England though.
Arsenal will let them win the English Premier League.
No, we'll give it to them now. No. Arsenal will give it.
Which one is Arsenal will let them?
Arsenal will wholeheartedly give it to them because they've shown us that. See, they've spent excessively. They've spent outrageously. So, what else would you expect from Arsenal than to surrender the English Premier League to Chelsea? But if they don't win it, that is when we'll now remember all of these things. I don't know if it will be.
Manchester and Manchester City. Enzo Maresca's first game in charge of Manchester City ended in a defeat on penalties by Inter Milan after a 1-1 draw in Hong Kong. Maresca replaced Pep Guardiola this summer, and the new boss was getting the perfect start when Divini Mbwama scored the opener from close range in 14 minutes. Benjamin Pavard, however, equalized for Inter 6 minutes later, but neither were able to find a winner in the second half. The damage was done when City missed their first 3 sports kicks against Mateo Laville, netting the winner for Inter. Well, that match ended in a loss for Manchester City as Inter Milan went on to get the better of them on penalties. Well, Manchester City defender Josko Vadio has said that Enzo Maresca is the perfect one for Manchester City. He says, and I quote, "The level is that high and he has been choosing with reason as the manager. I think he has a quality, has some new ideas, and also we need to see what we are going to do with his style of play, the football we are going to play and the tactics. I think he is a perfect one, but of course it takes time. It's something totally new. It's not easy to change the manager, so we will take time. It's our job to help him as much as possible and also to listen and try to adapt as quickly as possible." Well, a very shaky start for City under Enzo Maresca. And according to Just Covadio, Enzo Maresca is the perfect one. But we have different questions on Enzo Maresca. And Victor, I just want to come to you on this. First of all, do you think Maresca, if you were Maresca, should you start tweaking the City team right now? Or do you think you're going to ride on Pep Guardiola's work? I mean, Pep has been with City for over 10 years and he has gotten a whole lot of trophies with City. You would basically say this City team still has the footprints of Pep Guardiola. So if you were Maresca, do you think you would continue riding on this Pep Guardiola's work?
Everyone has their own philosophy. Everyone wants to make their own, put their own imprint on the team.
Yeah.
And I think Enzo Maresca will be looking at it and say, this is not a Maresca that you could say maybe he's inexperienced. He hasn't managed before at top flight level. And this is Enzo Maresca that has managed a Chelsea team that went on to win the Club World Cup. He also did manage Chelsea in the Premier League, and to an extent, you could say yes, he was the bright spark when you make mention of the Frenchman that the man that came in from the French team Strasbourg. You could say that yes, Maresca was the bright spark there. So Maresca will want his own imprint to be on this team. He would not want to live in the shadows of Pep Guardiola, irrespective of the fact that yes, he learned the ropes under the Spaniard. He will want to put in his own work. He will want to make sure that yes, this is my own team. This is my own Manchester City. Let's play the Maresca way. Let's play our own football in that Maresca's kind of football. But it is another thing for success to come through from his own style of football, because the players that have been there are used to the Guardiola system.
Yeah.
It's just like Jurgen Klopp then. His own style of football and the slot style of football were not the same. So the players are used to this style of football. And coming into Maresca, they will want to play his own style because obviously he's the gaffer now. So everyone wants to play to his style. But does it work out immediately?
Yeah, don't you think it is more safe for Maresca to start little and maybe just follow Pep's footprints for now before you start implementing your own style of football?
I don't think so, because if you want to follow the style of football of your predecessor, when are you going to bring in your own style of football? Let's say, for instance, your predecessor was Diego Simeone. That you understand that he is an all-defensive coach. And on the other hand, the person succeeding Diego Simeone is, let's say, Pep Guardiola succeeding Diego Simeone. And you know that Guardiola is the opposite of the defensive kind of game. Do you try to say that Pep Guardiola starts with an all-defensive approach because he wants to get that smooth transition? I feel this is why we have the preseason. Maresca was not brought in midway into the season. Yeah. He was brought in during the end of the previous season. So the preseason is there for you to test run everything. The training, the tour is there for you to make sure the boys understand your system. They may not take it as dog to water immediately, but once the season starts, they start implementing what you've been teaching them all through the preseason break and all that. So when the season starts, let's say the first 10 games, we start seeing the Maresca style of football. It may not work out immediately, but with time, the boys will get to understand it. You could say that maybe the halfway stage of this season, let's use that as a test run. Let's see if City can be that formidable. But because yesterday's game, watching, was it yesterday?
Yes.
Yesterday's game,
yes.
City against Inter Milan. I was watching that game with some guys, and most of them were Chelsea fans, and they said this is City playing like Chelsea, because They were just running around with the ball with no cutting edge. And no disrespect to the players that started that game, but that game looked that lineup looked like a Premier League lineup. You could make a case for the left back. I think the left back was Mubama. I think the left back was someone that you could say doesn't start games for City in the Premier League. Then also the centre forward was also an academy player. Those were the only two positions that started that game that you could say, okay, may not start a Premier League game. But the rest, you had Rico Lewis. Rico Lewis is not new when it comes to the Premier League. Kusanov was also in that team. You had Donnarumma in goal. So this was a full-fledged City team. But can they play? Let's not raise the expectations. This is Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
This is Pep Guardiola. The difference is massive. So he cannot be playing the Guardiola style, except maybe their systems are maybe similar. Then he plays that, maybe a few tweaks, but he will always play the Maresca system.
Victor, did you think that Ancelotti and Jurgen Klopp's system were similar?
And I never knew about Ancelotti prior to his coming to the Premier League. I only heard the name Ancelotti being the one to succeed Jurgen Klopp. That was when I had to make inquiries to see how he plays his football. I understood that his football was more of the quick passing, but a more possession-based kind of football.
Yeah.
And Jurgen Klopp does not play the possession. Let it go. We keep the ball. You can't score if you can't get the ball.
But you agree that Ancelotti in his first season in Liverpool, he used most of Jurgen Klopp's tactics to win the Premier League.
That is what I'm saying. With a few tweaks, Slot actually used the club system.
That's what I'm asking.
And another thing there is the profile of players you do have. The profile of players that Slot had in a season where the players that understood the club system and they played around it. With his few tweaks, no matter what club does, he will not go against a big team and hand the ball over to you for the full 90 minutes. And we saw Slot do it 2 times against Paris Saint-Germain. He did it the home and away game against Manchester City. He kept on playing more like defensive game. And we know Klopp, even when he's losing the game, even when he's winning the game, he keeps pressing. He keeps going at you. So Slot just decided to do a few tweaks. Let's work on the existing status quo. Do a few tweaks, work around it, and make it work. Then in the second season, he got his own profile of players and decided to implement his own philosophy fully. And for Enzo Maresca, you could say, okay, maybe the profile of players I had at Chelsea, are these the same profile of players I have at Manchester City? Or am I going to just use what Pep Guardiola used? Maybe use the way Pep Guardiola used Jeremy Doku as the man to attract the pressure and free up the likes of Haaland and the rest. Am I going to do that? Or do I build my team around Ryan Cherki? Or do I just play the cross and not football for Haaland to get in those goals? I think he will look at the profile of players and decide to. But whatever he does, he cannot play the game the same way Pep Guardiola plays. He might want to beat around the bush, maybe change 1 or 2 things, but he will not play the game the same way. We saw it in the preseason against Inter Milan. Guardiola, we understand how Guardiola's system plays. For those guys who say he was playing more like Chelsea, that is Maresca playing his own kind of football. We are not going to say that Maresca will not be successful, but it is very much too early to say that, he will use the Guardiola system. Nobody wants to live in the shadow of anybody.
Yeah.
So for Manchester City, it's still very much early. And also, let me tell you guys something. Let me deviate a bit. For you and Osas, I don't know what you guys were saying. There was a certain club that did not travel out of the season, that did not travel out of England last season. They did not win the league. That club did not win the league. I don't know why you guys are placing emphasis on Chelsea winning league because they're not traveling. Manchester United, did they win league?
It was Osas that said that, please. It was Osas that said that. It was
so
Osas that said that.
I am not supporting Chelsea, but when I see a spade, I don't call it a shovel. So if United did not win the league and we celebrated finishing 3rd, let's celebrate Chelsea, even if they finish 13.
Okay. Well, we are still talking about Manchester City. Enzo Maresca, rather. He had his first defeat with his first game. On his first game with Manchester City, that ended in a 1-1 draw against Inter Milan. And the question is, do you think that Enzo Maresca should take it easy and maybe just go on with the Pep flow? I mean, Pep has coached City for 10 years and he gathered a whole lot of trophies. I think up to 17 trophies Pep Guardiola had. And he has also stayed with the City team. And if you look at it, some of the players under Pep Guardiola are still here in Manchester City for Enzo Maresca to work with. So do you think that Enzo Maresca should go all out and unleash his own playing style on the boys? Or do you think he should take it easy and maybe, first of all, he should use Pep's style and get to know these boys better and introduce his own style better? Well, it's still today's Sports Live on your Premium Talk News and Sports Radio station. Well, Victor, you were saying something about Enzo Maresca integrating his own playing style into City and not living under the shadow of Pep. Well, there was yesterday the goal scorer for City was Steven Mbwama. And he's a Manchester City player, but he has been on loan in Stoke City. He got a goal yesterday. I mean, he's trying to tell Enzo Maresca, look at me, I'm here. Can you see me here? I mean, Man City, they're going to be playing in the Champions League. They're going to be playing FA Cup, Carabao Cup, and they're also still going to be playing in the Premier League, the English Premier League. Do you think that maybe Pep Guardiola should be looking at Mbama and say, come back? You know, we have a whole lot of competitions to play, and then you would need to make some changes. Mbama is a forward. He plays as a centre forward. He plays for Stoke City, and it was 26 appearances for Stoke City and 5 goals. Do you think that Enzo Maresca should be looking at Mbama and saying, come back to Manchester City right now?
You said it all already. He played for Stoke City.
Yeah.
26 appearances and he got 5 goals. Is that what Enzo Maresca is looking at in his new reign? I think
maybe he could play some fewer games, maybe Carabao Cup or something like that.
See, Enzo Maresca does not want to create a premium. 26 appearances and
I like that 26 appearances, 5 goals, and you come in and you bench Erling Haaland.
No, maybe for fewer games, like for fewer games.
That could pass as the biggest scam in the world.
No, it has to be for lesser cup games.
See, even if Maresca do highness, he will not do that. See, you don't understand something about Manchester City. Guardiola has spoiled the citizens. He has made them understand that even when they don't play well, they'll win a trophy that season. So if Maresca is already under pressure, we understand that if the result does not go his way, believe me, the media will always want to drag Guardiola into the conversation.
Yeah.
Guardiola would have gotten, even if it's the FA Cup, Guardiola would have gotten this. So Maresca would not want to use any player that is not near perfect. So nobody cares if you score 4 goals, 5 goals in preseason. If you look at the profile, you cannot cut it. You can't even make this. Even if you are there, even if you do not go on loan, you might not make the starting team. Even if you want to play the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, those Mbwama, they will not start games. So, because you look at the centre forward position, Haaland is not the injury-prone kind of strikers. There is Omar Mamouche in that position too. You could also say that Antoine Semenyo can maybe deputize in the center forward position. There are lots of players that can run around there. Remember that before the coming of Erling Haaland, Manchester City played with the likes of Foden as the first 9, the likes of Kevin De Bruyne as the first 9, Bernardo Silva and the rest. So these are players that are used to the multi-purpose style. So they will not want to believe the likes of Mbwama. They may get to start games, maybe the early stages of the Carabao Cup, maybe the 5th round, 4th round, 3rd round, and the rest. But when the going gets tough, when we get to the quarterfinal stage, Nobody wants to see. Even the citizens will not want to see that. He is not a Kelechi Iheanacho that you could say that yes, Iheanacho was in this Manchester City team. He might not be that very good, but when he gets his chance, he gets a goal. This is not. He doesn't have that that caliber of being saying, "Oh, 26 appearances in Stoke City." I repeat, Stoke City, and you got 5 goals. How many goals did Max Doman score from Arsenal? Playing from the position. How many goals? Imagine Max Doman, the next team to slice bread, the next Messi of our time. He scored 1 goal. And that 1 goal, the goalkeeper was not in the post. I repeat, the goalkeeper was not in the post. So if Max Doman cannot start in Arsenal, you are talking about, you look at the level of players in his position in Arsenal, they are not even good players. Odegaard is not Odegaarding. You look at Eze. The last I remember, somebody said he is Uche from the Palace. So you look at this kind of players. It is not what you do in preseason. There are some players that do well in preseason. I can recall a certain Spaniard. I think he still plays for Celta Vigo. Iago Aspas. Aspas was the king in preseason. When the season started, the 2013-2014 season, Aspas couldn't get a goal for the full season as the number 9 of Liverpool then. So what you do in preseason matters a little. It may be down to your fitness, keeping you in shape for the new season. But when the big boys come back, you see all those boys that got to the semi-finals of the World Cup, those ones that have extended break, when they are back, everything will take shape. Whether the new coach used them in the preseason or not, Virgil van Dijk will start for Liverpool. Whether the new coach used them or not, Erling Haaland will start for Manchester City. Arsenal, Gabriel Magalhaes will come in. Nobody cares what the rest are doing. So when the big boys come back, they will use. And Enzo Maresca does not really like that. I don't know if that big squad where you could say that, oh, today you see this one starts.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you see this one starts. Even if he wanted to try it at Chelsea, because we know Chelsea, they always buy players in 911, all those big trailer. They use big trailer to sign players every season. Maybe he had 50. There was a time we had about 50 players from Chelsea, and they were trying to look how to manage them. But Maresca understands that, let me pick the players that can get the job done. And try, because let's see, if he can make success this season, then maybe next season he can start doing all those, this small boy is giving me headache. Let me start him and create headline and drop Haaland to the bench. Start Oscar Bob and play Oscar Bob as the first 9. But in this first season, if you want to play with your job, you go on, and because is it Obama, be Mobama, be what? Because he scored a goal, you get to start it, and maybe you go on to lose the game, and maybe Haaland maybe does what Mo Salah does, come to the media and say that they are throwing him under the bus. The way they would throw Enzo Maresca, it will not be under the bus.
That was what also assisted the exit of Arne Slot from Liverpool. Yeah, when you decide, see, there is something about a structure. A team is structured in a particular way, just like what Israel Victor talked about here. Pre-season does not mean the season. It's pre-season. Yeah. It's just a preparatory system for just warm-ups on how the season will look. Maybe you try out tactics, you try out players, even the players themselves. Nobody wants to put in a serious tackle to get himself off the major part of the beginning of the season. Everybody is basically being very careful. So I'm not expecting too much. Yeah, he could be a good player. It could be a good addition. Maybe for those days where you play the Carabao Cup, not even as a starter for the Carabao Cup, but maybe as a substitute. You know, during the Carabao Cup, some early stages of the Carabao Cup, you might want to make use of the fringe players. Just totally rest your A-list players. So maybe that's where he could come in. Fine, that's if you want, and depending on how young he is. But I think when it comes to the business end of things, the major players are the ones that come through. So for Enzo Maresca, he has a lot on his plate already in terms of the players left behind for him by Pep Guardiola. He's got a lot to work with. He doesn't have much of headache trying to signing players or enlist players for to do his bidding, unlike the likes of Xabi Alonso, who has been given that managerial role, full control over the team. So he wants to build something for himself. So I think for me, Manchester City are good enough even without any body. What do you call him again? Mumbama.
Yes.
The name doesn't even look like what should be on a Manchester City shirt in the full season. So, but so it doesn't look like what should be on a Manchester City shirt. So, but he should big ups to him. He should just keep doing what he's doing. But I don't think it's time and ripe for a challenge from him for any of the centre forwards right there at Manchester City. Be it Erling Haaland, be it Omar Mamouche. Not now.
Okay, leaving Manchester, let's go over. Well, it was a London derby yesterday as Tottenham Hotspur claimed a dramatic 2-1 victory over London rivals Chelsea in what you call a spicy pre-season Sydney Super Cup clash. I know, the guys are already of the opinion that friendlies are not really that much for you to look up to, but I mean it's still something that can show how well a coach can go forward in the season. For Chelsea versus Tottenham, it was Sandro Tonali who opened the scoring in the 21st minute with his first goal for Tottenham, the £100 million. The money is going well. Well, that was quickly cancelled out by a Savo's header. Danso's red card 4 minutes after coming on at the break looked to put the game into Chelsea's control, but Xabi Alonso's team failed to make the advantage count. To seal the win for Spurs, Richarlison scored a 92nd minute winner. The Spurs substitute pounced on loose ball in the box, tapping it into an empty net with virtually the last kick of the game to make it 4 wins from 4 in pre-season for Roberto De Zerbi's side. Well, it is pre-season. Everybody has already had that opinion right here. But Xabi Alonso said that Chelsea conceded a soft goal late on to lose the game. And it was a soft goal if you look at it very well, Uwe Wallace. But how concerning is it that Chelsea had a man advantage? I mean, Tottenham, they were 10 men early on, and but Chelsea could not get anything out of that game. How concerning is it that Chelsea had that man advantage for nearly the entire second half, but they looked structurally vulnerable to that late counter attack?
Not the first time we've seen Chelsea collapse when it comes to 10 men, but we've also seen Chelsea when it comes to being strong with 10 men, as we saw with Enzo Maresca. Now, it looks now that we are now bringing in the previous coaches. We were talking about City, we're bringing in Pep Guardiola, Enzo Maresca. Now, Xabi Alonso, we're bringing Enzo Maresca. So, the differences, but for Chelsea, Tottenham, as I always say, it's still a friendly. It's still a game that I really put much matters on to. Just like the Arsenal fans were so happy yesterday because they won their first trophy of the season. They will not win anyone after that one. At least made it down.
Can you all just be objective with your analysis and leave Arsenal off your? No. Everything you want to say, Arsenal comes into it.
I've been coming from another Arsenal fan. We know all these things. So God, leave all these things. We know you're an Arsenal fan. Leave all these things.
We all know I'm affiliated with no one.
Okay.
I'm affiliated with
Don't
no
worry,
club.
let season start, then go
Please,
cry.
can we leave the defending champions alone? Can we leave the
What are they
defending
defending?
champions? They are the defending champions of the English
Tottenham.
Premier League.
It's time to go and defend UCL.
When it comes
defend
to
UCL.
see when it comes to signing, when it comes to the pressure and all, I think you have to give it to Roberto De Zerbi. He has been in the Premier League. He has been there with Brighton, took them as far as finishing. They were the best out of the rest when it came to mid-table teams. They're the best out of the rest, and Fabian Ugella has continued with that work, and also a lot to look at in that team. Chelsea are still a work in progress, 10-man down. This is not a team that Xabi Alonso has worked with. Yes, he has played in the Premier League, but it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different system and all, and he's still trying to build up his squad. I think for Roberto De Zerbi, it's something he's already been building since he joined late last season.
Yeah.
Something he's been building. He's been able to add few players here and there. Sandro Tonali, a great addition there as well too, and the man getting on that score sheet as well. But the season, when the season does start this month, it will actually justify all the work that has been done in the transfer window, all the work that has been done behind the scenes, and we'll see if Xabi Alonso is really up to the task when it comes to getting Chelsea over the board. They aren't going anywhere, as we've already talked. No European journey, so it's only going to be in the Premier League. A good way for the man to focus on the task at hand. Tottenham as well too. They won't be going anywhere. A way to focus on the task at hand. I know last season we said Tottenham might be the surprise, but I think maybe this season they really will be a surprise to look at, especially with the experience Roberto De Zerbi brings into that Tottenham squad. Last season, he survived relegation with them. Next season or this season that is about to start, the task, I think, should be to finish in a European spot. If it's the Conference League, if it's the Europa League, if they can go as far as punch above their weight and finish in the Champions League spot, it's all good. It's all fine.
Is there above their weight?
Yes, I think right now it's above their weight.
With Roberto De Zerbi and the signings that they have made.
With Roberto De Zerbi and the signings, I think at best, I think the landmark should be an Europa League. I think that should be an
You mean you're looking at a team that won the Europa League 2 seasons ago, and you're saying qualifying for Europe is above their weight. No.
Wait. I said champion. If they can qualify for the Champions
League, it's not even above their weight. Tottenham has been in the Champions League for
Tottenham.
They even went to Champions League final before Arsenal went to Champions League final.
see, Tottenham have lost weight. They've shed a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Going into a whole restructure. And when you've lost weight, to gain weight, you don't just eat it, you eat moderately. There's a kind of food you eat to gain weight. You don't just eat. So now why did they call me sports chef? So Tottenham won't just overeat. It has to be something they do gradually.
But I mean, you.
I beg to differ. I don't think Tottenham
League is above Tottenham.
I don't think the Champions League is above Tottenham.
A champion. See, at this point now, you're looking at teams that will make it to the Champions League. Now there are 4-5 spots in for England in the Champions League. Let's call them City, Arsenal. Going to get Manchester United are going to get a spot next season. While the remaining two teams, Villa will get a spot next season, and you're looking at who could be the last one. Newcastle have already dropped; they are not going to get a spot. Now you're looking at maybe Tottenham, maybe Chelsea, and who else can we look at? Even Bournemouth can even push above their weight. Brentford can push above.
And you think Bournemouth
are you kidding me? No. You're talking about a Tottenham who got to the UEFA Champions League final in 2018.
Beating Manchester United.
You want to compare that
reaching the final in 2018.
See, as I've said, it is not the same Tottenham. This Tottenham have lost.
I don't understand.
See, this Tottenham.
This same Tottenham has almost the same number of players that won the Europa League 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
Beating Manchester. Who is there that is not there? You're even having more players coming in the likes of Sandro Tonali, Matheus Fernandes,
an experienced manager.
An experienced manager
with Daniel Levy leaving. They had a good manager in the Premier League with Thomas Frank. Thomas Frank was a good manager.
I beg to differ.
Thomas Frank was a bad manager.
I beg to differ.
Thomas Frank was not a bad manager.
Roberto De Zerbi was more of a better manager than Thomas Frank.
I'm not saying Thomas Frank was better than De Zerbi was a more better manager than Thomas Frank. But Thomas Frank, you cannot tell me he was a bad manager that could not take Tottenham as far.
No, when did Thomas Frank come into Tottenham?
Thomas Frank in the Champions League.
When did he come into Tottenham?
Did Thomas Frank
he came into Tottenham
when
no. Thomas Frank
until they removed him and they brought in
Thomas Frank came in.
Started going down with the Champions
Thomas
League.
Frank came in when hold on. Thomas Frank came into Tottenham Hotspur when Tottenham Hotspur were in shambles.
Yes,
Tottenham Hotspur
and his job was to pick them up.
Was in the hands of Ange Postecoglou. When Ange Postecoglou was there, that was 2 seasons ago. Tottenham were going on a run of poor form in the English Premier League. They only managed to win the Europa League at the expense of Manchester. See, going into that Europa League final, Manchester United were the better side.
They managed
now,
to win.
Now, Ange
Last season,
Postecoglou.
they
No,
also
hold on now.
managed to survive. If not,
Hold on now.
because they were meant to take West Ham spot.
Hold on. Ange Postecoglou was probably a cup winning manager. We saw him in the Scottish Premiership.
Yeah.
He was probably a cup winning manager. And you know, when it's a cup game, you sometimes form is thrown out of the door. That was how Tottenham won that. Tottenham had a poor English Premier League season under Ange Postecoglou. Even after winning that Europa League, there was still the shout that Ange should go because of his playing style, his rigidity, his inability to bulge. He was asked to leave. Thomas Frank came in to take a team that was already in shambles. I'm not saying Thomas Frank is a bad manager.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying here is Tottenham is still a formidable side that could qualify for the Champions League. You want to look at Tottenham's. Hold on. You want to look at. Hold on now. Ovie Wallace.
They are a good side, but they shown they are a good side. No, they have not.
Why have they not shown that they are a good side? Now, Ovie Wallace, hold on now.
Counting them as part of the big.
Ovie Wallace, listen, hold on first. For the past 10 seasons, how many times has Tottenham been in the UEFA Champions League? Tottenham were in the past 10 seasons. This is 2026. I'm talking about 2016. Tottenham were eliminated in the group stages of the UEFA Champions League in 2016. They were back there in the round of 16 in 2017. In 2018, they got to the finals of the UEFA Champions League. In 2019, they reached the round of 16. In 2022, they reached the round of 16. In 2025, they reached the round of 16. Show me which other team, apart from the top 4 teams in Europe, in English Premier League, that have done what Tottenham has done for you to say that Tottenham are not deserving to be in the UEFA Champions League. You call Bournemouth. How many times have Bournemouth been to the UEFA Champions League? Which other team do you want to call? Brighton and Hove Albion. The best time they had in the UEFA Champions League was under Roberto De Zerbi. I think that was in 20. Let me quickly look at it. That should be in 2016, where he took them to their first European qualification. That was in 2022. He gave it to them. That was their first European qualification. The same 2022, they got to the semi-finals of the FA Cup. So which other team do you want to call that could push above the weight? You're looking at you're robbing Tottenham, you're robbing their whites with the dirty mud of those below Manchester United.
Let me come in there. Speaking of their dirty whites, Tottenham has been in the mud. You can't bring someone that is already down, because the Europa League final that they got to, we all understood how they got to that final. We all understood how that final was more of a low-key game, because they actually finished the season 17th on the log. You got to the final, you won the Europa League, but you finished in the league 17th position.
See the question. Don't redirect it. See the bowl of contention here. Tottenham are not a UEFA Champions League side. Yes. What did Ovie say? Ovie said if they punch above their weight.
I think you are judging me too early. That's not. I'm not tilting towards Ovie's direction. What I mean is that Tottenham are actually down, but saying that qualifying for the Champions League, they're actually punching above their weights, then is wrong.
Yeah.
Because this Tottenham side are regulars when you talk about Premier League side that have proven themselves. You could date back to the years of the Gareth Bale, Luka Modric. This is a Tottenham side that understands how to manage stars. They may not be getting the results these days. You look at the last 3 summer windows they've had. They've brought in quality players. 2023, they brought in James Maddison, Mickey Van Den Ven,
Madison Keys.
Vicario came in. Brennan Johnson also came in. Mano Solomon. These are world-class players. These are players that at some point when that season started, I think the first 5 games of the season, Tottenham were winning games. And someone said, this Tottenham could actually go on to win the league. Then we know these days, the problem of Tottenham, the injuries came in. And when the injuries came in, 2024, they also brought in players that were good. Dominic Solanke came in. And he didn't just come in because you just want to get a player. He came in on the back of scoring 19 goals in Bournemouth. And he came into that team, gave them the goals,
And we all know how it's all panned out. Injuries came in. If you want to look at the number of players that Tottenham have out.
Players is one thing, structure is one thing, the way you play is different thing. You might sign all the best players and still turn out poorly. And they've done that for 2 seasons back to back.
Tottenham we are top 4. Tottenham we are listed as top 4 in the mid 90s.
All this is past. Exactly.
Tottenham we are listed as top 4. Which one is past tense again?
Osas, okay, now let's look at next season. Call the 5 teams that you say will make it to the Champions League. Call the 5 teams: Liverpool, Arsenal, City, Manchester United, and Aston Villa.
And which of the Aston Villa? And which of the Aston Villa? I can put it to you that Tottenham will take that 5th spot, if not the 4th spot.
Right now, Aston Villa.
I wanted to support Osas, but what Ovi just did now, I'm supporting Ovi.
No,
cannot make it to the Champions League.
See. For the past 2 seasons, look at the structure of these teams and look at the structure of Tottenham. Tottenham are still rebuilding in that structure. You look at the structure of Arsenal, you look at the structure of Tottenham. You can't compare that. I think we could see that from the trash in Arsenal game last season. City and Tottenham. You cannot compare that. Manchester United have found that structure.
Villa is settled. How many times has Villa been to the UEFA Champions League? Tottenham, with the poor structure, with the financial incapabilities, or would I say administrative problems we had with Daniel Levy, with the coaching problems here and there, Tottenham were still making their way to the UEFA Champions League season. I told you, for the past 10 seasons they've been there. How many times?
I'm trying to understand what Obi is saying. You look at Tottenham recently. Tottenham has not been that Tottenham. The 2019, when they got to the Champions League final, I think that was the last time we saw a very formidable Tottenham team, because you had lots of promising talents in that team. What Ovi is trying to say now is that the fact that there are teams that have risen beyond Tottenham this period. You could put Aston Villa in the mix. Aston Villa have risen past Tottenham. They've gotten to a stage where if Aston Villa should take on Tottenham, you could see the clear favourites. You could say that Aston Villa are the clear favourites.
2018-2019 season, that was the last time Tottenham finished in a Champions League spot. Now,
in a Champions League spot,
in a Champions League spot,
in a Champions League sport,
yes,
that's qualifying for the Champions League.
I think
he's trying to say through the table.
I'm saying through
the English Premier
League. I'm not looking at how they went to go and use and the rest. Let them compete in the best league. And get to the Champions League. They don't go anywhere
because when 2019 they played against Ferencvaros, got to final and played against a
2019 Ferencvaros. Leicester finished ahead of them.
Simple.
Wolves finished just right behind them.
I think guys we're forgetting something, that this Tottenham, they
2020-2021
they are rebuilding, and they
Leicester and West Ham finished above
that
them.
building never fall now.
It never fall now. They have a Roberto Di Zerbi that is coming in. They have
Sam.
Why are we really pondering on the fact?
If they finish in a Champions League spot, it will surprise me. If they finish in the top 5, it will surprise me. If they finish in a Europa League spot, I will not be surprised.
But wait,
why are they an Europa League team?
Wait, why are we looking at Di Zerbi and saying Di Zerbi is world class? Di Zerbi is world. See,
nobody called Di Zerbi world class.
Let's look at something.
He's a great. He's a good coach.
He's a good coach. You can't put Di Zerbi. See, we've seen Mauricio Pochettino with this with this Tottenham team, and
let me quote you guys. You said the last time Tottenham qualified for the UEFA Champions League,
it was 2021.
2021 Tottenham finished 4th. 2021 Tottenham finished 4th.
2020 Europa League.
Okay, they came in
United.
Okay, so it's not too far-fetched. That was 2021. And if you look at Tottenham's finishes since 2021, in 2022 they finished 4th.
2020, 2021, 2022.
Okay, sorry. 2022 they finished 8th.
They finished 8th. Who finished ahead of them? Villa, Brighton, Liverpool, Newcastle. That was the first time Newcastle were there. 2023, 2024. Aston Villa ahead. Still finished above them.
Tottenham finished 5th.
They finished 5th. Who still finished above them? The same Aston Villa that I said I have not taken their spot.
One time finish.
They did it back to back. In fact, I said back to back.
See,
one time finish.
I believe you are conversant with this saying. One time this, one time that.
Back
currently
to
nothing.
back. 2024, 2025.
They are one time this, one time that. Currently nothing. The truth is, this Tottenham team have promising players.
Since then, Aston Villa have finished above them.
See, even these players,
Currently now, since that's what you're going to Aston Villa have finished above them.
Currently now, they are in for this man, Victor Osimhen. They're also in for Cody Gakpo. They are trying to build a team. They've seen that the back-to-back 17th place finish is actually not good for the level of the club. And they are trying to run away from that. So for Ovie to say that finishing in the Champions League spot is punching above their weight, yes, is correct. Because these men are trying to survive. You finish back-to-back 17th position, and all of a sudden we are seeing you qualify for the Champions League. It's just like saying, oh, you actually did very well. Just as the way United actually celebrated finishing in the Champions League spot. We were here. We all said United were rebuilding. And it wasn't working. We all felt Amorim was the man to lead them. But it wasn't working. And when Carrick came in, there was no pressure. We just felt, go in and do what you can do.
I want to ask you guys a question. Tottenham and Aston Villa, which is a bigger English Premier League side?
Bigger English Premier League side is different.
That is why. That's
Tottenham, which is a bigger English Premier League side.
One time that.
We are not seeing.
Yeah, put into consideration that Aston Villa has won the. Aston Villa has won the.
They won the Champions League.
They won the Champions League when it was called the.
It doesn't matter when it was called. The truth is, they won the Champions League.
May Arsenal come out with their
Nottingham Forest has won the Champions League.
Yes.
But is Nottingham Forest a bigger English Premier League side
when it comes
compared
to the
to
UK,
Tottenham?
they are bigger than Arsenal. They are bigger than Arsenal. Yes, take it anywhere. They are bigger than Arsenal.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
I'm a couple phone lines.
All right.
See, the truth is, Tottenham. If Tottenham finishes maybe 3rd position, 4th position, we could say that yes, it was a success. We don't care if they cannot win the Europa League, they cannot win the FA Cup or Carabao Cup. We will point at it as being a success because back-to-back 17th place finish. Even if they finish in 7th position, we could say yes, it was a success because the Derby came from fighting relegation to finishing in the top half of the table. So we shouldn't be thinking that because you did it 2018, 2019. Bring that Tottenham team that played that Champions League final against Liverpool and play against the Tottenham team that played last season. The last season team will not even see anything. And another thing, if they can avoid injuries, we've seen Maddison be on the sidelines for so many months.
Martin is an injury prone player. Right from his days in Leicester City.
I think it's not down to a player. It's down to luck not being on the side. Because there was a time we had the third choice goalkeeper starting game because of injuries to other players. We had cases of young players rising up when they are not supposed to because of lots of injuries. Dominic Solanke was out. Archie Gray was. There were lots of. They had a full 11 on the bench because of injuries. So if these injuries are aside, Tottenham will not finish back-to-back 17th place. And now they are trying to rebuild, get more players. In this team, you have Xavi Simons in this team. You have James Maddison in this team. You also have Sandro Tonali in this team. You have the experience of Andy Robertson coming in. And if the transfer does pull through, you have a Cody Gakpo coming into this team. And if the transfers of Victor Osimhen pulls through too, you have a proven goal scorer coming into this team. If they can assemble this team and finish in the Champions League, it is a success. Let's not give them lots of expectations to say, yes, they can fight Arsenal for a Premier League title. Or they can go on to win Champions League next season. Let the rebuild take its own course gradually. That's why I even see some person saying that Alonso can come into the Premier League because he's not playing anything. He can come and win the Premier League. No, it's not done that way. The rebuild must take its course. Gradually. If we didn't put pressure on Michael Carrick when he came in and he got the Champions League spot, and to everyone, not just United fans, we saw it as a success. And he was rewarded for his good work by getting the permanent job. That is what we want to see with the Derby. The Derby has been rewarded. You see this transfer they are making. It is the reward for keeping them up. He was promised that if you can keep them up, we'll give you everything you need. And everything he needs is being provided for him. So if you can just give them Champions League spot. Slot that came into Liverpool to replace Klopp, the minimum was get a Champions League spot. And he punched above his weight. I could tell you that, yes, winning the Premier League was punching above his weight because I never saw him winning the league. The second season, doing what he did was like, I've seen that you can win the league in your first season. And you are being given the most transfer war chest the club has ever seen, and you are finishing the way you are finishing. That is you punching below our expectation. So for Tottenham, let's just give them time. They will come good, but finishing in the Champions League is punching above their weights.
Okay. 080 Now the phone lines are open for you to share and bring in all your thoughts on all that we have been discussing on the show.
Victor, I didn't expect this from you. You're talking like someone that started watching football in 2020. Now,
No,
what is
nah,
wrong
no,
with
no, no.
Why are you doing like this, Victor? Why, Victor?
No, we were talking about the generally, and we were dwelling on the Champions League aspects. So now you've broken it down.
We were not dwelling on any Champions League aspect.
But let's be realistic about one thing. Aston Villa is a traditional English side. Nobody's disputing that. But if you look at the past 20 years, 2 decades, Tottenham has been better. And you can't look at the last 20 years because Villa have been in the Premier League also within that period as well. Tottenham has come close to winning the title. They've been in the Champions League final within that period, and yeah, they were a consistent Champions League side at the point in the Premier League for like almost a decade, especially under Mauricio Pochettino. But of recent, poor fortunes have
actually befalling the team. You might want to say administratively or whatever. Mostly administratively, because I mean, if they got the administrative aspect right, I mean, the right signings would have happened, the right managerial changes would have happened. But would they be punching above their? I don't think anybody will be surprised if Tottenham qualifies for the Champions League. Because
No, we said he'll be surprised.
you started watching football in 2023,
Yeah, I will lose.
so that's why you'll be surprised.
See.
I just see. Let's get one thing straight. They have a well-seasoned and proven Premier League manager in Roberto De Zerbi.
I'm not saying Roberto De Zerbi can't do it.
Number two, you look at that team.
I'm not saying Roberto De Zerbi can't do it.
Tottenham finished 17 back-to-back seasons. We're asking ourselves, this squad, how is this squad bad? How are they finishing 17th? Because it doesn't look bad. It's not a bad squad. That's a squad that should actually be competing for Europe. I don't know whether you could say, because okay, let's see.
They should be competing for Europe. The European League should be there.
Unai Emery qualified for the Champions League, right? He qualified for the Champions League, right? Yeah. He used Ollie Watkins. He literally loaned out. He didn't use Daniel Male in the first half of the season and loaned him out to Roma for the second half of the season. Leon Bailey was in Roma first half of the season, came back second half of the season, wasn't even playing games. He used Tielemans. He used what's his name now? Morgan Rogers, Ollie Watkins, Ezri Konza, and Dibu Martinez to qualify for the Champions League. Finished above United and Liverpool. No, finished above Liverpool. United usurped them later on in the season. But you look at Tottenham. There's a Richarlison there, who is a full Brazilian international. Not just being a full Brazilian international, he has gone to major competitions with the Brazilian national team. There is a, you can go on and say there is a Xavi Simons there that is a starter for the Dutch national team. He didn't go to the World Cup because he got injured before the World Cup. You can go on and say there, okay, Kulusevski and Madison were out injured. Kulusevski and Madison were out injured for most of the season. They literally didn't play last season. But you look at that squad team all around. Christian Romero, I mean, he was a World Cup finalist and a World Cup winner. Mickey van der Ven, Destiny Udogie, Pedro Porro won the World Cup. Those are the players Tottenham have. Let's be realistic. Lucas Bergvall, although they even see shirts play last season, but everybody wants to sign him because he wants to leave Tottenham Hotspurs. So let's get what is straight. And we can't really. What has happened to Spurs over the last 2 seasons? I know it's something I can't even explain. I can come here and talk, and it's something I just can't explain. But I won't stand here and tell you. I'm not expecting them to qualify for the Champions League still. I'm not I'm not expecting them to qualify for the Champions League because Arsenal are there. Mm-hmm. I think Man U and Liverpool will be there next season in the Champions League. I think Chelsea, for the fact, the experience and the luxury of not playing in Europe next season, will be there. Next season, I've called 40s. Man City, you can.
Playing in Europe. Is Tottenham playing in Europe?
No, wait, they're not playing in Europe. Wait. They're not playing in Europe. Same with Chelsea. Then Man City will always be there. As much as they say, Pep has left Maresca, even if I don't think Maresca will win the league in his first season. I could be wrong. Slots did it. But Man City will definitely qualify for the Champions League. And I think England will have 5 slots again based on performance. Make me feel they can keep it up next season, which I feel they will in the Champions League and in other major European competitions. But the thing is that I won't be shocked if one of these teams will also fumble and Tottenham, because I don't see Aston Villa pushing for the Champions League next season.
Heavily depleted. Newcastle. No. Look at the signings. Aston Villa have been heavily depleted.
They could compete to try to get it, but I don't think they'll make it. And they've been depleted, like you noted.
Yes.
Newcastle will not be there next season. I think Newcastle will struggle next season. Who else?
Newcastle will not be there.
Brighton is erratic. It's an erratic side, and you have to look at the fact they lost a key player this summer. I think they lost a key player this summer.
Van Heck also.
Jean-Paul Van Heck. So there will be changes, and Brighton will start like a house on fire. Have those periods where they are playing so well, but they will not still qualify for the Champions League. Or is it Brentford you're looking at, or is it Bournemouth? Raiola is not there again, so it's just this 5, and it looks like the 6th team that could actually make it a 6
or make it an entertaining race in qualifying for Europe is Tottenham Hotspur. Giuseppe is there. They've made some interesting signings, and he said the business is not yet done and dusted. I mean, reports have it they are seriously or heavily linked with Osimhen. They've even started talks for Victor Osimhen. So it means the man means business and is serious. So I mean, are you telling me if they sign Victor Osimhen now, you have a Kulusevski, Victor Osimhen? There's a you want to call Martin Keys? Martin Keys has dropped a racket and is playing football now. I don't even think James Madison.
James Madison.
Okay, you say James Madison. There's another forward I think they signed. Not Batista. It would be Matista Bao. Then you have a midfield that still has the likes of
Bentancur is there.
Betancourt is there, Sandro Tonali is there, Mateus Fernandes has come in. Like I said, Madsen is there. We will see Xavi Simons till like next year. So, but it's still a decent enough squad. And like we noted for Chelsea, there is no European football. There is no distraction of European football for Tottenham Hotspurs next season. So don't be sure, especially if they can get that strike, that Osimhen signing through the door. If they get that Osimhen signing through the door, then take Spurs seriously. And like I said, they have a manager like Roberto Di Zerbi. I mean, at a point, we all felt West Ham would pip them to survival because of Nuno. Di Zerbi came and changed their fortunes. He's a well-seasoned coach and manager. So I won't be shocked. I'm not expecting them to, but I won't be shocked if they make it. But I think the dynamics could actually change if they get this Osimhen deal and maybe one or two other signings through the door for themselves in Tottenham Hotspurs.
Okay, before I run out of the studio, let me take this one from the SMS portal. It says, "Good afternoon to you all. I am a bearer of Jesus from PH. Let the truth be told soon. Soon, those that mock Arsenal will hide their eyes in shame. Arsenal will shock them all and win this year. God help us." Oh, that's from me. Hello, Kala. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Beati.
Hello.
Beati. Your mommy know this.
Okay, I think it's a wrong number. 08109510951. 08109510951. Well, there is Henry Ogugwa here, and he's going to be taking your. But let's take this call. Hello, good evening, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening. Kabalo, very welcome.
No Kabalo, and good luck Sunday.
Oh, good luck. Welcome.
Yes. See, talking about Tottenham. I don't think Tottenham making it to Champions League won't be a surprise, because you cannot tell me that a team that finished 17th back to back, and you say that finishing in the Champions League won't be punching above their weight. The coach has to be given time to rebuild the team gradually. See, even Henry, after running around with his analysis, said that he will be surprised. That settles it.
I didn't say I would be surprised. Good luck. So? I said I'm not expecting, but I won't be surprised. I'm not expecting, but I won't be surprised if they make it at the end of the day. So it's what you're saying and what I said are two different things. Good luck. Hello? Okay, good luck. Looks like we lost you there. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Name and location.
Give your mommy to make a speak to.
Sorry, this is a wrong number. This is actually Today FM. Sorry, you're calling a wrong number. Thank you so much. That is a wrong caller there, but the phone line is still open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. 0810-954-0951 as we are getting ready to talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Good luck. Please go ahead.
Yes, I record that. So I'm saying that he said they don't expect them, which means something is wrong somewhere. Which is what OVA Wallet is saying. You don't expect them to just get into the Champions League just like that after having 2 poor seasons back to back. So I'm not saying that they don't have all it takes because of the signings I've seen them make this season, but we are saying that based on what the poor season they have had and back to back, they will be punching above there because they have Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man U, Chelsea, even Aston Villa there. So that is the thing. I think if they make it to Champions League, it will be a success for the coach. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts, dear. Good luck. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello, name and location.
Good afternoon. My name is Street. I'm calling from Chicago.
Okay, please go ahead.
So why you people are doubting that Tottenham will not make it to top four? Who are the ones that you know that will make top four? It's not by your prediction. Let them play the game first. Everybody is preparing. They are also preparing. So better if they prepare well, they will get it. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
So it's not like my club, Manchester United. We did first season, we did not finish for Champions League first. But this, we did our homework right, and we finished Champions League this coming this season. So therefore, Tottenham, they can also prepare themselves and do their homework well and get to that stage. So it's not like a big deal. I think it's for me. I didn't say anything here.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening,
Good
Kabolo
evening.
Barry. Yeah, great to have you on the show.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
About Tottenham. Who thought Tottenham not should make it to Champions League next year? Tottenham they are not that bad thing. Nobody say their player no good. But now just one or two things not even happen to them these 2 seasons. But with this man where they get now, this is their new coach. Now if he say then 50 qualify for that Champions League. But for my own club, Liverpool, I don't know how their preseason they go. I'm the team.
They beat Sunderland 4-2, then beat Wrexham 1-0. They'll be playing Leeds, I think, this evening.
Correct. Preseason, sha. Nah,
It's just preseason.
He's always a quick person. So maybe what you play for preseason, maybe so that if it become the league when league starts. But for me, for this season, Liverpool, Chelsea, and then Man City. You see those 3 things, then we'll get more problem to qualify for that top 4. Yes, because those 3 coaches will enter those teams. Then we'll try to monitor that team, to monitor Premier League. Because Alonso never coached for Premier League before. Then Ariana for Liverpool, the work winning the carry, they go strong for us. Then for that Man City own, waiting Guardiola does he do for that team, and just put them on edge. So if he no do anything, we will make sense this season. If he get problem for that Man City, for that those 3 things, then if he get problem, then we'll struggle to qualify. But I feel say they will qualify. But only thing when I feel say then get free way, now Arsenal. Yes, Arsenal, then will qualify without struggle. If they don't win the league, because I never carried the league come up for their hands.
Okay.
Based on the experience of Arteta. So I feel they count them as number 1. But for my top 5, if you reach top 5, I know say Liverpool free joy. Man U or Dedia. Then Man City will free join. Man U will join. But that Tottenham, they still struggle to enter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Kabolo Barry. And this one from Vicky from the WhatsApp portal. And he says, hey guys, I totally disagree with you guys saying Tottenham finishing in the Champions League position will be punching above their weight. Finishing in top 4, success, I agree. But punching above their weight, I disagree. I mean, this is a team that has signed a £100 million player, 80, 70 million, and the rest. Don't forget, they still have some brilliant players like Kudus, Simon, Madison, and the likes. I mean, this same Aston Villa with Garnacho. Aston Villa are selling as if their life depends on it. Newcastle, it's not the same. And all these Brighton and Bournemouth are all one season wonders. I hope that's what you meant, Vicky. And he also went on to say, Henry, I think people are getting it wrong. Making it to the top 4 is a success, but not punching above their weight, unless I'm getting you guys argument wrong. I hope that's what you meant to type. Vicky 0810951091. The phone line is still open. You can call in to hear your thoughts on everything we have been discussing from the 1 o'clock hour. But it's time for us to talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Yes, this is you Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Harry Ogugu, and I see have the compliment of the gentleman in the studio with me, Ovie Wallace, Victor Israel. Another man just walked into the studio, and that is Somto Isaac. And last night, the Super Falcons, they did rise from the ashes. They rose from the doldrums after the 3-2 opening loss to Malawi. They did get maybe not so comprehensive and convincing 1-0 victory over the Copper Queens of Zambia, but it was just enough, irrespective of going one moment down after Tosin Deme. He did get a red card for a last man tackle on Barbara Banda. Mother Luck was on her side when she didn't get it the first time, but she decided to test Mother Luck again. And Mother Luck told her that, nah, this time I'm not supporting you. You're going to get that red card. And she did, but the side were able to hold on, and they did see off that victory over the Copper Queens, putting them in some advantage, some would say. Yes, they have a 0-goal difference. Zambia has a +5 goal difference, but they are ahead of Zambia in the standings because of the head-to-head rule being the second tiebreaker. The first tiebreaker is points. Then the second tiebreaker is actually head-to-head before you now have goal difference, then goals scored, and you now end up having the coin flip and coin toss. We'll get to discuss that after the ahead of the third game, which we still have some time. But the main story is that the Super Falcons then win yesterday. They beat Zambia. And Sonto, let's start off with you. Maybe not the performance a lot of people were expecting, but I mean, it definitely is a response from what we saw in the first game against Malawi.
Before we start, as I was coming, right, I was listening. You showed me that I seen that your auntie call you. Maybe your auntie call you that time.
My auntie called me.
You give your that fake. You give your auntie phone line to the show.
Which I think I give phone line.
So she say give phone to your mom.
You by here sometimes accusing me. Sometimes don't even my name they call. Don't even my name.
The name I heard was Blessing. Okay, your mama no dey house.
Okay, Blessing.
I hear am. Bless your mama no dey house.
So why?
Sorry. I'm happy he's blessing. I'm excited, that he's blessing because for weeks now, Blessing has been hosting the shows and she has been doing very, very well. So I am sure, since he's not here, it was Blessing. Say, hey, auntie, I'm supposed to be on radio by 3 o'clock. Say, okay, I'll tune in. Blessing's auntie called. I'm excited. Blessing, please tell your family to be listening more often to the show. And next time, give your mommy the phone. Anyways, good evening to you, Henry. Good evening to the guys. That was on a lighter note, Sha. That game between the Falcons and the Zambians, I can't lie, I didn't catch majority of the game. I think when I go home and I started watching it was later on in the game, and the Falcons were very, very dogged in their performance. No thanks to that record early on in the game. No thanks, like I said, because I think the scoreline would have been higher if it wasn't for that record in the first half. But Asisa Toshuala, with the experience and everything, putting us ahead. And like I said, from when I followed the game, I have to mark out Esther Okoronkwo. Wow. What a performance, up front. Even
she came in late on in the game.
She came in late on, but as the holding striker, her duty was to at least bring the team forward when the ball gets to you. In fact, when you have a red card, the style of play for the striker is to hold up play, bring the team forward, draw as many defenders to you. And Esther was doing that very well. She was even, welcoming the challenges from the Zambians, and she was evading most of these challenges. So Esther had a very, very good performance up front. Another player too who I need to also talk about, Jennifer Echegini. That was also another good performance too up front for her. Yes, some of her passes late on, I'm talking about late on when I followed up, some of the passes needed a little bit of at least accuracy, but still I think she was linking up well, because after the record, it seemed like in some instances she was playing behind Esther Okoronkwo in some cases, but then It was a dogged performance from the Falcons, like I said. Osinachi Ohale, Christy Uchebe, Michelle Alozie, all of them. Even when you look at the middle of the park too, even Momijio too, up front, Rashida Tajibade. I think it's also as I called her Momijio yesterday.
Now, Mommy Gio should be
Momijio.
now nickname be
I
that.
think I understand now. I've now understood very, very well. So, very, very dogged performance from the Falcons. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't the best of performances, especially from when I followed up. But the fact that we could be resilient, and to be honest, the Zambians were not it going forward later on in the game.
Put 6 past Egypt. So what was the difference? It now raises the question, or it also brings up past questions
Egypt's no good now.
as regards Egypt. No good, definitely. We can
Uh-huh.
agree to that. Malawi beat them 3-1, although Malawi scored 3 against us. But it now raises the question, or the fact that you're not asking yourself, is Madugu actually the right man for this job, especially if we do qualify for the World Cup? Because it just feels like they go beat us if we qualify for the World Cup like this. Because even with 10 men, we created chances and we're carving Zambia
Yes,
open.
that's what I'm saying.
And
Like,
even the state of play was not good. 11v11, we are playing the long balls. We refused to play the ball. And it just felt like there's more that can come out of this team. But it just feels like every condition around them, especially when you look at the preparation and the whole coaching maybe not being up to the levels we expect it to be, we're not getting what we want or the desired result at the end of the day.
I think the team is there, the players are there. Because I mean, you could start with however you started. Can you even imagine? Even can you see SofaScore is showing me Randy Waldrum as coach of Falcons since when? So the team is there. I mean, you could have started that team you started, and look at some of the players you could also bring into the game. I think it was also very, very patient to talking about Justin Madugu towards the end of the game, not to really alter, because in as much as we're playing with 10 men, but there was very, very good cohesion towards the end of the game. We were defending as a unit. You could see times when the Falcons were not even allowing Zambia space and time on the ball when they were in our own half, around our 18-yard area, did not have time on the ball. I mean, going forward, fine. Enjoy the play, do whatever you want to do. But when they are close to our 18-yard area, there was no time, no space on the ball for them to do. I mean, look at the last efforts that they had in the game, the most wasteful effort I've seen in a long time. So just because of the fact that they didn't have space, they didn't have time on the ball, because the Falcons were able to close down those channels that maybe the Zambians will be able to get some passes into, close down the, even if I want to say maybe not so good shooting ability, but Henry, be like, say, market the colors. When we finish this market, I'm sure we'll have a lot of thoughts to expect after this one.
Yeah, definitely. We do have to go pay some bills, but when we come back, this is still Today Sports Live on your Premium Talk News and Sports Radio station, Today 95.1 FM.
Felicitations to Professor Friday Ewumelu Aaron and his beloved family on their family Thanksgiving on Sunday, 2nd August 2026 at the Living Faith Church, Winners Chapel, number 4 Kaduna Street, D-Line, Port Harcourt. Aaronus, you and your family are a blessing personalized, but we wish to join you specifically to thank God for your well-deserved appointment as Professor of Orthopedic Surgery at the River State University Medical School and the successful completion of your tenure as the Pioneer Chief Medical Director of the River State University Teaching Hospital. Many saw you as a professor even before you were formally appointed, but your enormous achievements as CMD of RSUTH, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, are largely unsung, but nevertheless deeply appreciated among the learned. We believe that these are stepping stones to higher responsibilities, for you have proved yourself worthy time after time. Congratulations, our dearly beloved friend. From Professor Seifa Brisibe, Professor of Family Medicine and Honorable Commissioner for Health, Bayelsa State, Professor Vad Origi, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Professor Best Odinyoha, Professor of Preventive and Social Medicine, Professor Daprim Ogaji, Center Director, World Bank Africa Center of Excellence for Public Health and Toxicological Research, Uniport, Prince Dr. Felix Waboso, CEO, Cedar Construction Company, Dr. Dakuru Atupa, CEO, Fidelio Group, and Alhaji Ibrahim Tuse Dasuki, Texton Construction Company Limited.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
When they are going to this continental competition, they just know the bottom line is not to qualify for the World Cup, it's to even just go there and win. Then you now as a country, you are now focused on the World Cup. What is the optimal performance we can have at the World Cup, knowing that 10-time queens of Africa to the world stage, you have to announce yourself better. So I mean, the aim, like I've said, should not now keep being WAFCON. We should be looking at in the world on the world stage. What are we doing? Are we setting a target of the semis? Are we setting a target of the quarterfinals? Slowly and steadily, you know whether you're now able to win the World Cup. Look at Spain, like I said, busting onto the scene in 2015, and look at them at this point in time in the women's stage. So the aim, yes, WAFCON, we didn't start well, to be honest. Preparation has not been nice, but let's take from this and move on. And from now on, let us start setting loftier targets. If we are able to win the WAFCON, fine. If we're not and we're able to qualify for the World Cup, I think on the world stage, that is where we should start thinking more that, okay, we have to put in a very huge statement on the world stage.
Okay, Henry. For me, I think I share the same with Somto right here. For Justin Madugo, he's AFCON standard. That's what he is. We saw him in the 2024 AFCON with the team. He looked a bit clueless. For me, I felt the team did all the exploits in that 2024 WAFCON by themselves, individual brilliance coming to play there. For Justin Madugo, he's just an average coach, I can remember the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup where we had the Super Falcons of Nigeria take on the Three Lionesses of England in that explosive, I think that was the quarterfinal stage or the second round stage, I don't know.
In the round of 16.
In the round of 16. Yeah, so that's that explosive encounter that saw the game go. I think that it went into penalties, had some opportunities for the Super Falcons. I think Ashley Plumte hit the crossbar in that particular encounter. It was a seasoned coach in Randy Waldron. You could see his tactical input. I've been looking for Justin Madugo's tactical input in most of the games that we've played. I've not really seen it. Yesterday's game, yeah, it was a simple turnaround. Every coach would have done that. It was quite clear in the first game that what was her name? That wasn't Uche Nakado. Ihezwe wasn't herself. So the best thing to have done was to bring in Asisat Oshola, and you could see what Oshola did yesterday in the first half of that game, using her experience on the central defense pairing of Chilese and Mbwemba. They're giving them lots of troubles. She got that goal and was able to hold on through till she was replaced by Uche Nakadu. Was that Uche Nakadu that replaced her there? I'll check that, but she was actually replaced later on in the game by Chiwendu Ihezwe. Yes, so Ihezwe replaced her. She had a very good pairing with Uche Nakalu in that particular one, and he saw clearly that Ayinde wasn't really effective in the game against Malawi in that in the heart of the midfield, in that central midfield role, and he decided to bring in a Deborah Abiodun, and you could see the agility of Deborah Abiodun. It paid off against the Copper Queens of Zambia. That gave Jennifer Echegini a free chance, a free role to do most of the creativity that she did from the midfield there, because Abiodun was really back, making sure that defending wasn't a problem, cutting down attacks wasn't a problem. I saw so many attacks that she caught, balls that were supposed to get down to Barbara Banda from Maluba. She did cut those balls clearly and very, very well. So one of the hearts of the midfield there for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Rashidat Ajibade put in a very good shift yesterday. I must applaud her for that. She did a captain's duty yesterday. I must applaud her. Yeah, all the players, they knew what was at stake. Even Chiamaka Nadozie, I criticized in the very first game. I had to swallow my words, my statements. I took it back because yesterday she showed the reason why she's number one, Super Falcons number one goalkeeper in that particular encounter. Henry, you're smiling. Yeah, I know. You came for me when I criticized her. Yeah, it actually. She was
at the end of the
game. Yes, she was because the criticism was much.
Yeah, it's been too much.
It was much. So, but they all put in the shifts yesterday. But I think it's a schoolboy change. Justin Madugo making sure that Alozie plays her desired role, the role we know her for, bringing in Abiodun, bringing in Asisat, changing Asisat with Ihezwe, making sure that Uche Nakalu uses her speed from the left-hand side. It was something that Esther Okoronkwo was a bit shaky with in the first game. He did all of that. That's normal schoolboy coaching. But I agree with each and every one of us in this room right now that when we get to the world stage, these things will not play, because you're not going up against a Barbara, what's her name? Barbara Banda,
Rachel Kunandaji.
yes. Let me just say, Barbara Banda led Zambian side, because if you watch the Zambians yesterday, all they were doing was look for Barbara Banda. Once they get,
she was falling
everywhere. Anything. See, I don't even think that was a red card. On
no, it was the last one.
It was. I didn't see.
Ohale
Ohale
would not
was
have recovered on time. Ohale would not have been able to.
But
recover.
Ohale was ahead of.
No, she was actually ahead of Ohale.
She was ahead of Ohale.
Yeah.
Okay, but
it's a record.
But I felt it was a bit soft. It's not a kick. It's nothing. It's just two persons grappling themselves, and one person went down. I felt the referee would have just a yellow card would have been decent. The red card was looking too
It's a last man
harsh.
tackle. It's a record. There's nothing you can do about that. It's a last man tackle. I'm Nigerian. I was praying they would give it, but it's a record. We have to.
Because I when I looked at the line, I saw Ohale a bit ahead of her. If you say Ohale wouldn't have recovered, fine, but Ohale was a bit ahead of Demeyin. Demeyin was with Barbara Banda. Barbara Banda tried turning, and I think both of them were just struggling for turns. Who turns first? I felt the referee would have made it a bit softer, but fine, it went in as a red card. But the Zambians, instead of taking advantage of a man down or that numerical number that they've got, they kept on playing what they had been playing right from the beginning. Give Barbara Banda the ball. You will see times when they will pick up the ball rather than look for how to string one or two passes to open space. They will just throw a long ball straight to Barbara Banda, who was ready to fall at every when she saw in the second half that the referee was not ready to look at her falling here and there and complaining. She got a bit confused. So I think if this team comes up against a more structured team, you can't play this thing against Morocco. See, Morocco will beat the Super Falcons if they play this thing against them. Look at that Moroccan side. They are a well-drilled side. So I'm even using Morocco as a case study.
They have a World Cup winning coach.
They have a World Cup. Yes. So now I'm using Morocco as a case study. Going to the world stage, you will meet teams like Portugal, Netherlands, from Europe. I don't want to call Spain. No, I don't want
Australia.
to call. I don't want to call Spain.
Australia.
Spain will, even in our best of forms.
Australia,
Spain
Japan.
If you go to this other side, the Asian side, you meet Japan, South Korea, Australia. There. If you come to the South American side,
Colombia,
you meet Argentina, Colombia, Brazil. If you want,
really that good.
They are coming up.
Venezuela is another good side.
Another good side. Yeah, they are coming up anyway. If you go to North America, the United States, you will meet them there. Mexico, you meet them there. So
Canada, a good team.
Canada also a good team. They've also been a huge name in female football. So what I'm saying is, the Super Falcons under Madugo to the world stage, I think it would just be a disgrace. It will be we taking our dirty linen to go and wash it in the eyes of everybody on the global stage. So maybe let's see how the man that's talking about Madugo takes this team through. See, what I said for Madugo is qualify for the World Cup. I'm not even setting go and win the WAFCON, because from the way it is, we barely survived yesterday. We barely survived yesterday. I watched that game. I streamed that game from the beginning to the end. We barely survived yesterday. And no thanks to that injury picked up by Rachel Kunananji, it would have been, she was a thorn on the flesh of the Nigerians. Her combination with Barbara Banda gave Nigeria lots of problems, gave the Super Falcons lots of problems. So thank God she picked up that injury and was substituted. And thank God that the Zambians did not play to the numbers. They just decided to play according to maybe what their coach told them or what they felt was the right thing to play. Else, it would have been difficult for the Super Falcons. We barely survived. Yeah, we created some chances later on, but you could see that the Super Falcons did not have the imprint of a coach who could flip things according to what he's seeing on the pitch of play. That imprint wasn't there. There are times that I expected him to have added bodies in the midfield. He didn't. There are times I expected him to have added somebody up front that could also do a wing back play. He did not. And I looked at it and I said, this is just what we have at the moment. So I think if they qualify for the World Cup, after now, the Nigerian Football Federation, the Nigerian Sports Commission, because these days you can't call the NFF without calling the NSC, they should put their heads together and understand that these girls are going to the big stage. And thank God for what happened between the Super Falcons and Malawi. It will serve as a deterrent. It will serve as a point of call to every administrator in Nigeria that if you don't prepare these girls before time, they will go and give you the performance that they gave you against Malawi. Henry, take for instance, yesterday we were beaten by Zambia. I know it will not affect them because in this side of the world where we come from, people churn out bad results, bad performances day in, day out, and they still wear suits and go for re-election. That's how it is from this side of the world. I know, but when they retreat to their houses, they will definitely be hit with the fact that we had a poor administration within our time. Super Eagles did not qualify. Super Falcons also did not qualify. Two of Nigeria's top tier teams for the male and the female did not qualify for the World Cup, and I am seeking for re-election. Even if he will come out and seek for re-election and cover everything, cover the whole shame with a cloth, when he goes home, when that person goes home, the person will think and say, I have really done bad. So it serves as a wake-up call. Prepare these girls before any tournament. Don't think that we get Asizat now, we get Rashidat, we get Abiodun. This Africa, they can close their eyes and beat anybody. No, Africa has gone past the days where you close your eyes and beat anybody. If you don't stand well, Tanzania will beat you the way they beat the Bayana of South Africa. If you don't stand well, Malawi will beat you the way they beat the Super Falcons of Nigeria. So that's how it is. Ghana these days are doing very well. If you see the Ghanaian female team, they are doing very well. How sure are you that if you come up against Ghana with the whole I don't want to call it bad blood, with the whole history between both teams, you'll be able to comfortably beat the Black Starlets, or call that the Black Queens of Ghana. It's not going to be that easy. So we need to wake up right now before it is too late. That's what I would definitely want to say to each administrator.
But still staying with you before we head over to the phone lines, I get to talk about some transfers on the show this evening. Quickly, do we beat Egypt? Do we make it out of the group? Because the dynamics become complicated. If Zambia beats Malawi, it becomes complicated because you have a situation whereby goals scored now becomes the metrics that is used. So that means we have to beat Egypt, which we probably will, but we have to beat Egypt well. Zambia put 6 past them, Malawi put 3 past them. Definitely we are beating Egypt, or we have to beat Egypt by a heavy scoreline. Do you think this team will be able to cross these group stages and even make it to the World Cup?
I think it's a bit dicey. If Malawi beats Zambia and we beat Egypt, we go through with Malawi. If Zambia beats Malawi, it's on 6 points. I think head to head, does head to head come in first?
Head to head is the first tiebreaker.
Is the first tiebreaker. So now that means between if Zambia beats Malawi, that means Zambia gets 6 points.
6 points. Malawi are on 6. They beat Egypt 3-1 yesterday.
3-1.
And we will be on 6 if we beat Egypt.
So now, if that happens,
head to head, because head to head, we beat Zambia, but Malawi beat us.
Yes.
Then
so
we
now
beat Zambia.
Who goes on
we
top
beat
of the
Zambia. Malawi lost to Zambia. Zambia beat Malawi. It's not about goals
scored. So now with goals scored,
Zambia has 6
goals.
Malawi has 6.
Now let's calculate Zambia 3. 6, and they've taken out 1, so they have 5 already.
No, that is goal difference. We're talking about
goals scored.
Yes.
Goals scored. Okay, they've got 6. Malawi would also have 6 right now, isn't it? And we will have 3. So we need to ensure that we beat Egypt at least 4 unreplied goals. Can the Super Falcons do that? I think they can, because right now what they will be thinking is
I mean, Zambia could do it. Why can't we?
Why can't we? I think they can. So what they will be thinking right now is they will definitely be discussing right there in the camp. This is how it has come. This is where it has come to. And at this point, we just have to go all out against the Egyptians. And going all out against the Egyptians means you have to prioritize offense over everything. So the best legs offensively will be the ones to be played. If I'm Justin Madugo, I think I will still stick with that pairing between Asisat Oshola and Uche Nakalu.
But now we have an issue. Jennifer Echegini and Tosin Demehi will not be available.
Because
do you think that's much of a problem, or do you think it's Egypt? I mean, it doesn't matter.
I think it's a problem. It's a problem. You can't look at it and say it's not a problem. Right now, if we look at it, that means Tony Payne has to come in and deputize for Jennifer Echegini in the midfield right there, and in the defense, we've got some legs. Did I just see Am I seeing Ufoma Onomonu on the bench? Ufoma Onomonu on the bench. I don't know. I really can't tell, but I'm seeing Ufoma Onomonu right here on the bench for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. But if that's the case, we still have players that can come in.
She's retired from
She's
international. She's
retired.
retired from football
I
generally.
think it's basically wrong because according
She's
to
retired
what
from
Sumto
football.
said, he's seeing Randy Waldrum as the coach of the
She's not even in the squad.
She's
I
not
know
in the
for a
squad,
fact
but
she's not in the squad.
we're seeing her as part of the squad right there. But it's fine. I think without Tosin Demain, we should be having who's going to stand in there now for Tosin Demain. Shukuri Oladipo could also play in that central defense position, or Ohale moves into the central defense position to pair with Christy Uchebe, then we'll now have Shikirat Oladipo play from the left. That could have that you could shape up that way. Then we'll have Tony Payne coming for Jennifer Echegini right there. So, but I think with the quality that we have, we can beat Egypt. We can beat Egypt. I think what we'll be relying on is the power we have up front. We've got the likes of Uche Nakalo, Asizato Shola leading the lines. There is Ihezwe also in that one. Chinwendu Ihezwe also in that one. There is Esther Okoronkwo in that one. He's got a lot. Talking about Justin Madugo, he's got a lot to select from up front. So if early we can start off by getting the goals quickly against Egypt. Remember, this Egyptian side are also a very tricky side, so we must also be very, very careful with how we advance. We saw them yesterday against the Malawians. They could hurt you if you're not careful. So we have to be very, very careful with it. But early goals will determine how things will pan out. We get those goals early, at least in the very first half, 2 goals up. Then in the second half, you can now sit down and try to add to the tally right there. It's not acceptable for the Super Falcons to go down behind the Egyptian. So it has to be one thing that will be sounded and resounded in the ears of the girls. You are not allowed to concede. So make sure that you do everything possible that you don't concede goals against the Egyptians. But it's very, very possible for the Super Falcons to qualify.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on the Super Falcons and your 1-0 victory over the Copper Queens of Zambia last night. 1-0, Lasisato Shola, the scorer. They did get reduced to 10 women or 10 men, anyhow you want to put it, after Tosi Demehi was sent off in the first half, but they were able to see out the victory, and they have 3 points now and just need a convincing victory against Egypt to help themselves move to the quarterfinal of the Women's African Cup of Nations, the WAFCON. 0810-951-0951. And for the SMS and WhatsApp port to that number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And from there, let's head over to talk about some transfers and some of the latest news or updates making the world or making the rounds in the world of transfers. Let's start from Nigeria transfers, and I'll start off with you, Ovie. Ralph Onyedika has completed his move from Club Brugge to Eintracht Frankfurt. 9 million with the potential of going up to 10 million. Finally, the man has left Club Brugge after all the years in Brugge playing, and we might want to say decent or an okay move for the man at the end of the day.
A decent move for the man. His time at Club Brugge ended, and to take the next steps. We see Nigerians taking the next step in their career lately, as you've said before. Victor Osimhen, Tottenham are really scouting him, and we want to see them playing bigger teams. We want to see them make names for themselves. So for me, I think I'll just rate it a very good deal for the man. Yeah, very good deal.
Okay, and so let me head over to you now. Victor Osimhen, Tottenham are being linked. Tottenham are reported to be interested in the man, and we reports emanating from Turkey that they've actually submitted the bid, but it looks like issue as regards negotiations are coming from the player side as regards his wages. Do you think that's the deal you want to see happen, Victor Osimhen?
I don't even think I believe
Tottenham.
the reports. First of all, I don't think I believe those reports. I've tried to scroll through some,
credible
sources, and even someone who is very close to Osimhen, I've not seen him said anything. I've not seen him say anything about it yet. And in fact, one of the closest guys to Osimhen, because there was even a similar story that broke out yesterday, saying that
Arsenal.
Arsenal put in 30 million euros plus Victor Gyökeres, a close friend of Osimhen, in one of the journalism groups we have said it is not true. Basically, he said that was not true. Arsenal did not put in any offer because a lot of people have been seeing that thing flying around. Arsenal putting in 30 million plus Victor Gyökeres. No, he said it's not true. That there's nothing like that. That's how they even say Osimhen was a Pelas. Different news will be flying up and down, but it's just to hope for some of the reputable. That's why when we do most of the transfer shows, everybody wants to hear transfer news, even as much as we give you some of the rumors and reports, we try to make it from some reputable sources that are either close to some of the clubs or those familiar ones that you know. So I don't even think I believe the reports first. Even if Tottenham are looking at Osimhen,
it's not yet concrete.
It's not yet concrete.
See, maybe internal discussions within the club.
But yes, Tottenham need a striker. But we can actually say, oh yes, if you look at whatever is going on at the club, Tottenham actually need a striker because maybe are they looking at Dominic Solanke as a player that
you can trust?
Yeah.
But if they are internal discussions and they decide to make it concrete,
for
do you think?
Osimhen?
Yes. Do you think that's a move you would fancy the man making?
No. Victor, don't this. Because first things first, you went to Galatasaray. We say, okay, you love the club, right? A striker of his elite talent should not be going to a team like Spurs. I'm sorry to say, I'm not. This is a team that won the Europa League, went to the Champions League, battled relegation the following season. What are we saying? Is there any? If you look at the project of Tottenham Hotspur, you can say, oh, De Zerbi taking over. That is one part where I would have said, oh, okay. I mean, a coach like De Zerbi with Victor Osimhen seems a very, very good match, for Victor and the kind of coach that De Zerbi is. But then you look at the Tottenham project. I will not advise him to take that kind of risk this summer. Even if Tottenham is a project that they are signing Tonali, Jean-Paul Verheek, a lot of the other Matheus Fernandez, and throwing the cash around. I would not, like for him to be in a haste to decide on the Tottenham project. It seems like one that just wait after this season, then you see what comes from next season. If they are able to hold their own this season, they barely survived relegation this season. We're in the relegation battle the previous season again, and they've had coaches at Tottenham Hotspur have never had stability apart from when Pochettino had exited the club, from Mourinho to Conte coming in. Everybody thought, oh, I mean, you switch from Pochettino to Mourinho and it seems like the standards rates, but Conte came in and gave a very, very harsh assessment of what Tottenham Hotspur are in that famous press conference, which cost him his job. So Conte, Thomas Frank, Ryan, it's different. That the Tottenham player is not one. Now it is a new dawn at Tottenham Hotspur. It's a new ownership. Everything seems rosy right now, but it's not something for him to be hasty about. Tottenham, there are other elite clubs round the world. A lot of people talk about how maybe these people, Real Madrid, should be in the hunt for a striker potentially, especially knowing that it's Mourinho in charge. But until there is concrete moves on the part of Vinicius Junior, maybe he's exiting or not, we hold on for that one. Let's know whether Kylian will be moved to the left, and then they automatically would now need a striker. So I think it's patience. It's all about patience in the transfer window, weighing the best thing for you. But I'm not saying Arsenal made the best decision, or at this rate is the best decision that they've made, because they've not even signed the person I'm about to talk about. But imagine they kept on, floating around for Morgan Rogers. The opportunity of signing a player like Vinicius would not have presented itself. So the transfer market is all about patience, knowing what works best for you. If he weighs the Tottenham project and says, oh, okay, it works best, fine, good and fine, go there. But the trajectory of Tottenham Hotspur, you want a player that is competing at the extreme level. Now there's a Haaland in the league. Who is the next best striker in the Premier League? Not a lot of names you can really match up to Erling Haaland. Even if we talk about, how Joao Pedro is performing, how Victor Gyökeres, both of them had average seasons last season. Maybe João Pedro, by his standards, maybe that was a pretty good season for him because he got a couple of goals. But for Victor Gyökeres standards, that was an average season. So after all said and done, you now look at the biggest clubs in the Premier League. Tottenham is not. I'm sorry, Tottenham is not. It should be a top 5, not top 6.
Okay.
At this point in time. So there are other bigger clubs. I mean, United, City, Arsenal, Chelsea. Tottenham is not that club that you should come and be falling your heads over.
Okay, so Tottenham is not the club according to Somto Isaac. Well, Philip Otele, Nigerian winger, is close to joining Lecce from his club over there in Switzerland, Basel, and also Chibike Winwu. Well, he's agreed personal terms with Fulham, but so far so good. That deal has not materialized because Fulham have not yet reached Trabzonspor's valuation of the man. And let's head over to matters as regards some of your favorite teams there in Europe. I know you want to know what's happening with Liverpool. Well, Liverpool fans, just Victor Munoz and Jeremy Jacquet so far. Well, there are still rumors hovering around the likes of Bradley Barcola, but according to reports yet, nothing concrete, or will you say nothing happening yet as regards club to club. But let's look at some other little reports, and I'll still stick with you, Somto. Manchester City going for Chelsea, or supposedly planning a surprise move for Chelsea winger Pedro Neto. I'm not really sure that's the sort of news Man City fans will be wanting to hear. And for Chelsea fans, do you think it's actually a welcome news, or if you know we can't afford to lose Neto this season, especially knowing that we have a new manager, we're trying to transition and we're trying to see how to qualify for the Champions League next season?
Neto as a potential for Manchester City, it can be looked at, knowing the former coach of Chelsea, Enzo Maresca, now is in charge of the reins at Manchester City, and the fact that Savinho potentially would be leaving to Tottenham Hotspur. He's Tottenham Hotspur's priority target at this point in time, and he's already communicated his desire to leave to North London from Manchester. But for Pedro Neto, I think now I don't even know where I stand. You know, if I should say, oh, Chelsea should be worried that he's leaving, no, Manchester City should be worried that he's coming. Because Neto seems to be that player ever since he moved to Chelsea who has had a little bit of flashes of productivity in some cases. But in some other cases, you literally want to enter into your television and scream in his ear, now you should not behave like this sometimes. Like, can't you play better? Because the Pedro Neto of Wolves, very hot young player, you know, pacey, very good dribbler. But then ever since he came to Chelsea, he struggled to find that bit of balance at the start, you know, and at some point too was having a very, very good run of games. But still, I feel like the full potential, which when maybe Pedro Neto was scouted from Wolves, he has not lived up to it. Now, I might beg to say I can blame it on that long-term injury he had in his time at Wolves, where he was very hot, very hot. A lot of teams were looking at him, including the likes of Arsenal, of course, United. But then he had that injury, and he went missing for a very long time, came back, and he did not seem to be like the same player of before. But like I said, you know, if Manchester City sells Savinho, then there might be a potential for them to actually look at Pedro Neto, especially, like I said, with Maresca also in charge. But still early days for that particular one. You can never really tell. Maybe City still have other players on their short list of targets to cope for that role when Savinho leaves. We look at their current state right now. Doku and Semeni obviously are the top wingers at the club. We've heard about the fact that Phil Foden is going to play a more prominent role under Enzo Maresca, Foden and Haaland. But then I think for Foden, maybe he now gets that run in midfield because no Kevin, no Gundogan, no Bernardo Silva. So it seems like Foden's midfield arc could start under Enzo Maresca because that's where he always wants to play. Jack Grealish goes back to Manchester City. I don't know if he gets a new lease of life under Maresca, just like the way Rashford could have a new lease of life under Carrick.
Yeah.
So there's Doku on the left, Semenyo on the right, and of course, like I said, Grealish on the other left, and maybe Foden to on the right, but he's still dependent. So it seems like City probably might need a winger, because I'm still thinking, is there any other winger at the club apart from these gentlemen? No. So it seems like they might still need someone. So it remains to be seen. That move is something that could be paid attention to. If it doesn't happen, I won't be surprised. But then, still on still, Neto, or previously working under Enzo Maresca, you can take this sort of news with a little bit of seriousness. So, like I said, City don't have much. I mean, they've signed Jeremy Monga, but still, does he immediately get rushed into the fold? Not yet. So, they need a winger. Because right now, the active wingers there are Doku, Foden, Semenyo, and of course, Grealish, who is back. So, who else? I can't see much except for Monga, who I think might not be easily rushed into the fold very soon.
Okay, and Victor, let me head over to you now. Let's get to talk about Liverpool and that chase from Bradley Barcola. It's been one that has been in the news for a very long time. Bradley Barcola. Some reports are saying they've initiated contacts with PSG. Some credible sources are saying no contact has been initiated, but it's a deal they are exploring. They've had contacts with his representatives. And with PSG signing Akliush, and it looks like they are about to sign Mika Hot. By the looks of things, there might not be space for Bradley Barcola and also Ferran Torres. Reports have it that PSG have already established club-to-club contact for Ferran Torres from Barcelona. Now, first of all, do you think that is a deal that is actually going to happen, or this is a deal that is actually going to happen? And also, do you share the sentiment of Jamie Carragher that he is not a proper replacement for Mohamed Salah, or you have the belief, don't try to replace Salah, just try to build a new team or build something? But Liverpool, Bradley Barcola, your take on that deal, if it actually happens, or the reports around it?
I think is going to happen. Bradley Barcola is going to leave Paris Saint-Germain. But going to Liverpool is another thing that we are not sure of, because at some point before the World Cup ended, lots of Liverpool fans felt that Yan Diomande was already a done deal. I can recall here in the studio where we were saying that Yan Diomande is going to leave RB Leipzig and Liverpool are the front runners. Then at the end, we saw that people that were not even in the mix, Real Madrid that were never in the mix, got the man. So for Bradley Barcola,
It hasn't gone to Real Madrid actually. Let's not jump our horses, because Leipzig do reply the last message after they read them. Let's put it that way.
So, but for Bradley Barcola, I think the man will leave, because from the transfers, the incoming into Paris Saint-Germain, it looks like he will be surplus requirements there, because Akliush is already in, and the young man from Ajax there is also coming into the club, and they know that yes, they want to make money off the deal for Bradley Barcola, and for Liverpool, they understand that yes, they need a winger, and but I feel for Liverpool, Bradley Barcola will be replacing maybe Cody Gakpo, and not even the Musala, because the news of Cody Gakpo wanting to leave and become a mainstay in that Tottenham team is something that I think should be giving Liverpool fans worry, because you've not even replaced Musala and you're looking at replacing Gakpo in that team. They do have three left wingers currently, and those three left wingers, we understand that yes, only maybe you could say that Victor Muniz and Rion Gumar could maybe try out on the right too, but Gakpo cannot try out there, and Gakpo leaving means that they should also be looking at getting a right winger. And the news of the pursuit of Victor Ryan, that they've already agreed personal terms, agreement in principle, and they are waiting for Bournemouth, if Bournemouth will come to negotiation table to bargain if the man will leave Bournemouth currently. But I don't see that happening, because the injury to Junior Krupi will make Bournemouth to feel like they can't let another star leave the team. So for Bradley Barcola, he will be leaving Paris Saint-Germain, going to Liverpool. Currently, they are the favourites, but until it is done deal, we can't really tell for sure. But for replacing Mo Salah, I feel there are no like-for-like replacements currently for Mo Salah, because you look at the profile of winger they are looking to bring into the club. They want a winger that can actually help Isak shine, that can actually help the center forwards getting those goals, not someone that may be dragging the goals with them. Because you look at Mo Salah, Salah might be a provider in terms of getting those assists, but we know that his first priority is getting among the goals. And for Yan Diomande, we know that the man is all about getting past his man. It's more like a Jeremy Doku, getting past his man and getting the ball to the striker. And that's the kind of winger they're looking at. But we don't have the winger market is it's a bit scarce. The right players are not there. Because you look at Pedro Neto, Chelsea quoting a fee of above 100 million for Pedro Neto shows you that yes, there are no wingers currently in the market, except maybe you want to take a gamble, maybe get someone in the profile of the Zedok Ioana and hope that maybe he comes good.
But someone like Yakuba Minte.
That you can still put him in the mix of the Zedok Ioana profile, because these are players that you get them raw and hope that they blossom and become something that you could make millions from. But Liverpool are not looking at that. They're looking at a proven player. They've gone past that stage where they went to Southampton to get Sadio Mane, went to Roma to get Salah. They are looking at getting proven players. We saw that last season. Going to Newcastle to get a proven goal scorer in Isak. Going to Bayer Leverkusen to get a proven playmaker in Florian Wirtz. It may not have worked out the way they planned, but it's still too early. And they understand that yes, they need world-class players to replace world-class players, because they don't want to be that club that wants to rebuild from the scratch, but that club that stars could come in. The other stars that are leaving, maybe next season we could see Virgil van Dijk leave. They want to groom players that can come in immediately and get the job done, not players that you could say, oh, in the next 3 to 4 years, because this is a club that wants to win trophies every season, and not a club that wants to aim for maybe in the next 4 or 5 seasons. Very soon we will be seeing other clubs also do it. We are seeing clubs sign players for 100 million, 150, 130, and the rest, because they don't want to believe in get this player for 15 million and hope that he comes good. Everyone wants to get the job done immediately. So for Liverpool, I feel they will get a winger or two, depending on the outgoing. They have already said it that some of the transfers will hinge on the fact that whoever leaves the club. So if Cody Gakpo gets to leave the club, then they will also be getting another winger, maybe a makeshift, maybe getting a Jakub Minte for the fact that yes, he has the experience, or maybe get a player that could play the center forward position, just like the way Gakpo is a player that could play centrally and also on the wings. Maybe that's the profile of player they could get into, or maybe let some of the fringe players stay. You could let Federico Chiesa stay for one more season, or let Javier Elliott stay for one more season, and see what happens from there. Or maybe the academy prospects of Jaden Dance, you could say yes, let's give him an opportunity to shine, because believe it or not, Anthony Raola did not plan for this star-studded squad. He is used to the fact that yes, using 19-year-olds that you never knew to do something remarkable. But we know that this is Liverpool and it means more. So he will want to get the star-studded team to use them to chase for titles and not just use them to upset the other big guns in the Premier League. But sometimes we also look at FSG. You and I know that FSG do not splash out the cash anyhow. So to bring out 400 million last season, you won't expect them to bring out something close to 300 million this season. And look at defensive midfield position. There's also a need for someone to come in there. And Curtis Jones also looking like someone that may be leaving the club. You also need someone that could fill in that space there. So there are lots of things for Liverpool to do, and I feel the wingers are the priority. So if anybody leaves, but for Bradley Barcola, he will certainly leave Paris Saint-Germain.
Okay, Bradley Barcola to Liverpool, or Bradley Barcola to any other place. But the man, by the looks of things, will be leaving Paris Saint-Germain at the or before the end of this transfer window. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and WhatsApp also, the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And some to let me come over to you, Arsenal. Bruno Guimaraes. Vinny. They even asked Ateta after the match when his Vinicius coming.
He was smiling. See, good things are coming, and I'm so excited. That
before we continue with you, let's hear from this caller first. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Name and location.
Yeah, my name is Chris from Chicago.
Okay, Give. Please go ahead.
Please talk about the Manchester United transfer now. Let's say a little information about Manchester United.
Okay, we'll give you Manchester United transfers. Don't worry, Gift. Okay, thank you so much. Somto, please go ahead.
I'll take to see my United no game on you, but no, they have money. For Bruno Guimaraes, the deal is all but complete. I think all that remains is just confirmation from both sides. But it has been a very, very interesting file. This one talking about Bruno Guimaraes transfer, because when Arsenal initially sent that bid of £55 million, it was seen as pretty much laughable. That come on, these people just sold Tonali, or these people are about to sell Tonali. These people have lost a lot of their key players, and Bruno Guimaraes, nothing seems to be in the works. Nothing was heard about that transfer. But little did we know that work was going on with intermediaries, so to say, between Arsenal, of course, Kia, and of course the Newcastle side. There was no direct club to contact until I think probably this week, and it has been interesting to see how this has developed, because it also needed Guimaraes. I think it was after the World Cup, or his own World Cup participation, that he then communicated to Newcastle that he would love to pursue a move to Arsenal, and he'd love to bring his time at Newcastle to an end. And he did not want to make a fuss of it, but still, there was that growing belief that Arsenal were in pole position to get the signing. So this deal will reach the mark of around £80 million. It's good business for Arsenal. Also knowing that Christian Nogard yesterday, news filtered in that Nogard will be moving to Everton for around £7 million. So it seems like Zubimendi now is now seen as the squad depth.
Player.
Yeah, the squad depth for the midfield, and obviously the starting pivot in midfield, obviously with Declan Rice and Bruno Guimaraes, and then maybe Martin Odegaard in midfield. And then, that's some good midfield depth where you have Rice, Guimaraes and Odegaard, and then you can also field Zubimendi, Merino and Iberi Chiesi. That is something that a lot of teams do not have, and it's also a good thing of spending money really, really well. That you have a valuation for Bruno Guimaraes, you will not eclipse that valuation, and they've gotten so be it not confirmed, but it's already expected, because Newcastle are making new plans with their new coach for a new midfielder. So right now, Bruno Guimaraes will be moving to Arsenal. I expect this deal to be complete around next week, and he will be joining the Arsenal squad to complete pre-season, at least ahead of the start of the new season, because a lot of the Brazilians that were involved in the World Cup have all returned to their clubs. Vini Jr. will be returning to Real Madrid, I think, today or tomorrow. Gabriel Magalhaes and Gabriel Martinelli were already with Arsenal in the weekend, but they did not play any games. I think from next week they will start being involved in a large chunk of training. Casemiro has already moved to Inter Miami already. Matheus Cunha too. Everybody is already linking up. So that now brings me talking about Brazilians to Vini Jr. But Guimaraes, that deal will be complete by next week. Rest assured, Arsenal fans, he would be an Arsenal player. And it's just good business for Arsenal, because at this point they need a strong midfielder. In as much as Declan Rice has not resumed yet to the Arsenal team, they need a player like Bruno Guimaraes in that midfield, at least for the season to start. Then you can be fielding maybe Guimaraes, Havertz, and maybe Odegaard at the start of the season, dependent. I don't know if Odegaard will also start the season, but at least there's a potential of fielding a good midfield before the start of the season. So for Guimaraes, very, very good on personal terms, of course, already agreed long ago. And Arsenal too have already presented their personal terms ideas to another Brazilian, and that's about Vini Jr. Now, here's the thing about this deal: is the fact that a lot of people are saying he's using Arsenal, he's using Arsenal. Arsenal did not go into this roundtable with Vinny Junior's camp to sort of let's say, oh, use us. They know their second fiddle. Obviously, the fact is that he would love to remain at Real Madrid. Where the problem is in this contract talks with Real Madrid, it's about the renewal bonus. And Madrid have never done that in their life from when Cristiano Ronaldo was there. Even maybe if there was anything like this when Di Stefano was there, to Karim Benzema when he was a Ballon d'Or winner, to Luka Modric, to even Sergio Ramos, who eventually maybe that's who they said the maximum they can give a player of Ramos's age is 1 year, and he was dragging on for 2 years, and they let him go. Madrid have never done this in their life, where they will give a player a renewal bonus, but he wants a renewal bonus. So that has sort of put contract talks on a different level. Because if Madrid eventually give in to whatever Vinicius and his team are asking, it means they are doing something that has never been done in their lives. So that now sets a bad precedent, and that's not what they want. So Arsenal are just in the corner saying, if you are not able to agree anything with Real Madrid, we'll come in for you. And they are very confident of what they've presented to him. So more of this will definitely be developing next week, because he is due to report back to Real Madrid, like I said, today or tomorrow, have some final discussions with the club and resume training. So if they cannot get to a common ground, I think Arsenal will be putting in a bid for Vinicius Junior at Real Madrid.
And quickly, before we get to run out of the studio, Man United, there are reports linking them to Lewis Hall and Miles Lewis-Skelly. How serious should we take that? Especially looking at the fact they're looking for a long-term success or someone to come in and relieve Luke Shaw, because you can't really rely on Luke Shaw because of his injury record. And some would say it's caused to drop in the general performance of the man over the years, knowing what he's capable of when he's on form and looking at the way his legs are now. So Lewis Hall, Miles Lewis-Skelly, two options United are looking at, and also retaining Marcus Rashford in the squad ahead of next season.
For Miles Lewis-Skelly, it seems needed, and it's not the first time they've done business with Arsenal, especially business that Arsenal fans will not like, because trust me, Arsenal fans will not like the fact if Lewis-Skelly leaves the club. It's not even good. I was even talking about midfield combinations and I forgot Miles Lewis-Skelly. So maybe it seems like Arsenal might think, oh, we can cash in on Lewis-Skelly, but he's still very young. There's a lot of potential there. And that guy is very good. So it's needed for Man United. It's not the first time, like I said, Robin Van Persie, Alexis Sanchez, even recently Aiden Heaven. So maybe it's needed for United, but will Arsenal cash in on Lewis-Skelly? Arsenal fans will not like the fact that one of their homegrown talents, especially from the academy, would leave, especially to Manchester United. So that's a bit of a question mark there. For Lewis Hall, Newcastle are in shambles right now. Dating back from last season, they said Isak was the one who destroyed the Newcastle project. But then,
how is that take destroy project?
It's tough now, because Ingo come out when they know making come out. Now everybody want come they come out. So Tonali gone, Guimaraes gone, Gordon gone, and now Lewis Hall will be looking and saying, okay, what am I still doing here? So there's anybody who wants to get a Newcastle player, it can be now. So for United, Lewis Hall, former Chelsea player, doing very well at Newcastle, seems a very, very good fit, but his problem is injuries. Can he stay consistent? Because that's what they are fighting with Luke Shaw. So that should be something they should pay attention to. But for Lewis-Skelly, that deal seems it will be very difficult, I can't lie, because I think Lewis-Skelly signed a new contract 2 seasons ago. So he will command big money. And if they can do that, fine. But will Arsenal fans really be satisfied with the sale of Lewis-Skelly, especially knowing he's from Hale End? Or that one go awful. So that's the difficulty of that deal there. But it's a good earmarked deal for United.
Okay, a good deal for Manchester United. But ladies and gentlemen, that's much you can actually take on the show today. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. The sports crew has been here from 1 o'clock from the 1 p.m. hour down to now. My name is Harry Google. Did it with Somto Isaac, Ovie Wallace, Victor Israel. There was Blessing Thompson on the side of things, as well as us as the demigod in the world of sports. We'll be making a return tomorrow by 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack. But the news update by 6 is up next after we go to pay some bills. But still stay tuned and keep listening to Today 95.1 FM and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 90.
I got court lights in the evening. People coming where confidence grows from.
This special radio feature on dental tourism is sponsored by Extreme Dental Clinic, Port Harcourt. Have you ever heard of dental tourism? It's the idea of traveling to another city to receive quality dental care while enjoying everything that destination has to offer. Around the world, millions of people travel every year for healthcare. Today, African cities are beginning to write their own stories. Port Harcourt is one of those cities, known for its warm hospitality, vibrant business environment, quality hotels, exciting cuisine, and welcoming people. It's becoming a destination where visitors can combine business, leisure, and healthcare. A healthy smile is more than just an appearance. It brings you confidence, comfort, and allows you to enjoy life's moments without a second thought. Whether you're in Port Harcourt for a work, conference, family, or simply to explore the city, taking time to care for your smile can be part of your journey. As you enjoy this music, remember, every journey tells a story, and one of the best souvenirs you can take home is a confident, healthy smile. This is a unique presentation on dental tourism, sponsored by Stream Dental Clinic, Port Harcourt. Every trip must begin with a smile. For more information on the Stream Dental Tourism package, visit www.streamdental.ng. Enjoy the music and thank you for tuning in.
New memories, beautiful start. Confidence living inside your heart. Travel far, dream bigger. One smile changing everything. Touchdown smooth, we handle the way. VIP comfort from night to day. Hotel welcome waiting nearby. Peace of mind while the city shines. Premium living, rest and restore. Smart transformation and something more. From your first step to your journey home. Stream Dental, never walk alone. Warm light shining after the flight. Water cold glowing through the night. Travel easy, feel the care. Confidence rising everywhere. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk. Keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go. Sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your beat.